David Reimer, Case. Experiment. Imagine waking up in a body that isn't yours. Your hands feel too long, your voice too high, and the face staring back at you in the mirror is that of a stranger. This isn't a nightmare. It's the reality of David Reimer, a boy forced to become a girl as part of a horrifying psychological experiment. It all began in 1965 in Winnipeg, Canada, when David and his twin brother Bruce were born as healthy boys. But everything changed when they were just 8 months old. A routine circumcision went catastrophically wrong, and David was left without his genitalia. His parents, Janet and Ron Reimer, were thrown into a state of panic. What would become of their child? How would he ever live a normal life? That's when they found themselves sitting across from Dr. John Money, a charismatic and influential psychologist at Johns Hopkins University, who claimed to have the answer. Dr. Money was a rising star in the field of gender identity. He believed that gender was not something we were born with, but something that could be shaped and molded through upbringing and socialization. To him, David was not a tragedy. He was an opportunity. Money proposed that David be raised as a girl, suggesting that if they acted quickly, David would never know the difference. He would grow up believing he was a girl, and with the right hormone treatments and eventual surgery, he would live a perfectly normal life as Brenda. It was a radical theory, one that Money was eager to prove to the world. David's parents, desperate and vulnerable, agreed to the plan. David became. Brenda and the experiment began. Dresses replaced his baby clothes. Dolls were put in his hands instead of trucks. Dr. Money monitored every aspect of Brenda's development, documenting every behavior, every interaction, every word. In his eyes, the experiment was a complete success. He presented Brenda's case to the world as proof that gender identity was purely a social construct, a product of upbringing rather than biology. Papers were published, lectures were given. Dr. Money was hailed as a revolutionary in the field of psychology, but behind closed doors, Brenda's life was unraveling. From the very beginning, Brenda felt different. She hated the dresses, the dolls, the constant reminders that she was supposed to be a girl. She was aggressive, angry, and confused. She didn't fit in with the other girls. She didn't understand why she was forced to pretend to be something she was. At school, she was bullied relentlessly. Her classmates sensed something was off. Her mannerisms, her posture, her interests. Brenda couldn't shake the feeling that she was trapped in a life that didn't belong to her, a life built on lies and deceit. Meanwhile, Dr. Money continued to push his agenda. He insisted that Brenda needed more therapy, more reinforcement of her female identity. He subjected her to invasive and deeply traumatizing therapy sessions, showing her graphic images of male and female genitalia, forcing her to role-play sexual scenarios with her brother. To Money, this was all part of the experiment, a way to cement Brenda's identity as a girl. To Brenda, it was psychological torture. As Brenda entered adolescence, the cracks in Money's experiment became impossible to ignore. She refused to take the hormone treatments. She refused to wear dresses. She cut her hair short and began acting out in increasingly destructive ways. Her parents were at their wits' end, watching as their child became more withdrawn, more depressed, more volatile. By the age of 14, Brenda was on the brink of a complete breakdown, That's when her parents finally told her the truth. In one shattering conversation, they revealed that Brenda was not biologically female, that she had been born a boy named David, and that her entire life had been an experiment. The truth hit David like a tidal wave. Suddenly, everything made sense. The confusion, the anger, the sense of being trapped in a life that didn't belong to him. He immediately decided to live as a male, rejecting the identity that had been forced upon him. He changed his name back to David, began testosterone treatments, and underwent surgery to reconstruct his body as best as possible. But the damage had been done. Dr. Money continued to publish papers touting the success of his experiment, refusing to acknowledge the psychological devastation he had caused. David, meanwhile, struggled to rebuild his life. He dropped out of school, battled depression, and endured years of psychological torment as he tried to piece together a sense of self that had been stolen from him. In 2004, at the age of 38, David Rayer took his own life. The years of trauma, confusion, and identity crises had finally taken their toll. His death was a devastating reminder of the human cost of Dr. Money's experiment, an experiment that was supposed to prove that gender could be shaped, molded, controlled. Instead, it proved that identity is not something that can be forced, that human beings are not lab rats to be manipulated in the name of science. David Rayer's story is more than a tragic case of psychological manipulation. It's a warning, a chilling reminder of what can happen when science loses its humanity, when the desire to prove a theory outweighs the well-being of a human life. It's a story of a boy who was robbed of his identity, a man who was never given the chance to just be himself, and a life that was sacrificed on the altar of a psychologist's ambition. The David Rayer case stands as a haunting testament to the dangers of unchecked scientific experimentation. It forces us to confront the limits of our understanding of identity, the ethics of psychological intervention, and the horrifying consequences of treating human beings as mere subjects in a lab. And it leaves us with one final unanswerable question. How many more lives have been destroyed in the name of science, all because someone wanted to prove a point? Imagine being strapped to MK Ultra, experiment, a chair, your arms and legs bound tight while blinding strobe lights flicker in your eyes. You feel a needle pierce your skin, delivering a substance that burns through your veins like liquid fire. The walls around you start to melt. Faces contort into grotesque shapes, and the line between reality and nightmare disintegrates. This isn't a scene from a horror movie. This is MK Ultra, the CIA's most infamous and sinister mind control experiment. In the 1950s, the United States was gripped by paranoia. The Cold War was raging, and fears of Soviet brainwashing dominated the headlines. The CIA became obsessed with the idea that the human mind could be controlled, manipulated, even erased. Enter MKUltra, a top-secret project designed to explore the dark frontier of mind control. The plan was simple: find a way to turn ordinary citizens into unwitting puppets, controlled and programmed to do the agency's bidding, and they would stop at nothing to achieve it. Dr. Sidney Gottlieb was the mastermind behind the project. A chemist with a penchant for the occult. Bizarre, he became the CIA's go-to man for chemical interrogation and mind manipulation. He believed that with the right combination of drugs, hypnosis, and psychological torture, a person's mind could be wiped clean and reprogrammed from scratch. And the drug he placed his faith in was LSD, a powerful hallucinogen that could dissolve reality in seconds. MK Ultra operatives scoured the streets for unsuspecting subjects. Mental patients, prisoners, sex workers, and homeless people became unwitting guinea pigs in a series of horrific experiments. They were dosed with massive amounts of LSD, often without their consent or knowledge. Some were kept in dark, windless rooms for days, their minds shattered as they tripped through endless hallucinations. Others were strapped to tables and forced to listen to looping messages, sometimes for days on end, until their sense of self disintegrated. In one particularly disturbing experiment, a mental patient named Frank Olson was given a glass of bourbon laced with LSD without his knowledge. Hours later, he was plunged into a psychotic episode, convinced that he was being hunted. 9 days later, Olson was dead. His body found sprawled on the pavement outside a New York City hotel. The official cause of death was listed as suicide, but questions lingered. Did Olson jump, or was he pushed to silence him? But it wasn't just unwitting civilians who fell victim to MK Ultra. The CIA also experimented on its own agents, dosing them with LSD and subjecting them to psychological torture to see how they would respond. The agency wanted to know how far they could push a person's mind before it broke, how easily they could shatter a psyche and rebuild it in their own image. And with every experiment, they pushed the boundaries further. One of the most shocking cases involved a Canadian psychiatrist named Dr. Ewan Cameron. Under the guise of psychiatric treatment, Cameron subjected his patients to a nightmarish form of psychic driving. Patients were kept in drug-induced comas for weeks, their minds bombarded with repetitive audio messages designed to erase their memories and implant new ones. Some patients were given electric shocks hundreds of times in a single session. Others were injected with paralytic drugs and left to lie in darkened rooms, unable to move, unable to scream, as they were brainwashed day after day. The goal was simple: to erase a person's identity and replace it with a new one. Cameron believed that by wiping a person's mind clean, he could reprogram them to be whatever the CIA wanted: a sleeper agent, a spy, a walking weapon with no memory of their previous life. But instead of creating super spies, Cameron created broken, hollow shells of people who would never be the same again. For years, the horrors of MKUltra remained hidden in classified documents buried deep within the CIA's archives. But in 1975, a whistleblower came forward, and a Senate investigation uncovered a glimpse of the atrocities committed in the name of science and national security. The public was horrified. Americans had been drugged, tortured, and psychologically dismantled by their own government. The CIA was forced to admit that MKUltra had existed, but they claimed that all records had been destroyed. But some documents survived, and they revealed a chilling truth. MKUltra wasn't just a rogue operation. It was a systematic, calculated assault on the human mind. The experiments weren't accidents or isolated incidents. They were meticulously planned, carefully executed, and strategically covered up. The CIA knew exactly what they were doing, and they did it anyway. The effects of MK Ultra lingered for decades. Victims suffered from crippling anxiety, severe depression, and irreversible psychological damage. Some never regained their memories. Others lived in a constant state of paranoia, convinced that they were still being watched, still being controlled. The scars left by MK Ultra ran deeper than any of the AY's agents could have imagined. To this day, MK Ultra remains a haunting reminder of how easily power can be abused, how fragile the human mind truly is, and how little regard those in power can have for the lives they destroy in the name of control. And as long as governments continue to operate in the shadows, as long as the truth remains buried beneath layers of secrecy, the ghosts of MK Ultra will continue to haunt us. A chilling testament to the depths of human depravity and the horrifying consequences of unchecked power. Imagine a cold, dark chamber, no light, no sound, no the well of despair. Experiment, sense of time or space. The walls are smooth, featureless, sterile, and inside that chamber sits a baby monkey, alone curled up in a corner, rocking back and forth. This is the well of despair, a hellish contraption created by psychologist Harry Harlow in the 1960s to study the effects of social isolation on the mind, and the results were more horrifying than anyone could have imagined. Harlow was already notorious for his previous experiments involving baby monkeys and surrogate mothers. He had torn newborn monkeys away from their real mothers and forced them to choose between a soft, comforting cloth mother and a cold wire mother that provided food. The monkeys clung desperately to the cloth mother, proving that the need for affection and comfort outweighed even the basic drive for food. But Harlow wasn't satisfied. He wanted to know more, to push the boundaries of suffering and see just how far a mind could be broken. That's when he devised the Well of Despair. It was a small metal box shaped like a cone with smooth sloping walls that prevented the monkeys from climbing out. Once inside, the monkeys were completely isolated from any contact. No sights, no sounds, no touch, nothing but cold, oppressive darkness. Harlow would place the baby monkeys inside for weeks or even months at a time, and the effects were devastating. Within days, the monkeys would stop moving. They would sit motionless in the center of the chamber, staring blankly into space. Their bodies slumped, their eyes vacant, their spirits shattered. As time passed, the monkeys began to lose all sense of reality. They stopped eating, stopped drinking, stopped responding to any stimuli. Some would collapse in a heap and simply give up, as though their will to live had been sucked dry by the darkness around them. When Harlow finally released them, the monkeys were unrecognizable. They refused to interact with other monkeys. They refused to play to groom, to eat to mate. Some lashed out violently, attacking any creature that came near them. Others simply sat in the corner, rocking back and forth, trapped in a psychological prison of their own making. Harlow had successfully proven that prolonged isolation could drive a mind to madness. But he wasn't done yet. He wanted to see if the damage could be reversed. Could these shattered minds be restored? Could these broken creatures learn to love again? To find out, Harlow introduced the isolated monkeys to other monkeys who had not been subjected to the well. The results were tragic. The isolated monkeys cowed in fear, recoiling from any touch, any attempt at interaction, When placed with potential mates, they became aggressive, biting and attacking them instead of engaging in normal social behavior. Some would cling desperately to the walls of the cage, as though trying to escape from a world that now felt utterly foreign and terrifying. Harlow tried another tactic. He introduced the isolated monkeys to baby monkeys in an attempt to awaken their maternal instincts. But instead of nurturing them, the isolated monkeys became violent. They would bite, strangle, and even kill the infants. It was as though they had forgotten how to be monkeys, as though they had lost every shred of empathy, connection, and humanity that had once existed within them. The scientific community was horrified. Harlow had not just destroyed the minds of these monkeys, he had obliterated their very souls. He had taken innocent creatures and reduced them to empty, lifeless shells, forever haunted by the darkness they had endured. But Harlow defended his work, insisting that the findings were invaluable. He claimed that the well of despair had revealed the devastating consequences of child neglect, of growing up without love, without touch, without warmth. He argued that his work would help prevent human suffering, that it would lead to better treatment for children, better understanding of mental illness, better tools for rehabilitation, but at what cost? How much suffering was justified in the name of science? How many lives could be shattered? How many minds destroyed in the pursuit of knowledge? In the years following Harlow's experiments, many of his peers began to question the ethics of his work. They accused him of sadism, of playing God, of using his scientific quest as an excuse to inflict unimaginable suffering on innocent creatures. But Harlow remained defiant until the end, convinced that his work had been necessary, that the ends justified the means. Today, the well of despair remains one of the most infamous psychological experiments ever conducted. A haunting reminder of what can happen when science loses its humanity, when compassion is sacrificed on the altar of progress, and it forces us to confront a dark, unsettling question. If a mind can be broken so easily, can it ever truly be repaired? Or are we all just one step away from the well? One tragedy, one heartbreak, one moment of isolation away from losing ourselves. Forever imagine being 8 years old, sitting in a classroom surrounded by the monster maker, fake death experiment, your friends laughing, playing, feeling safe. And then without warning, a teacher pulls you aside, looks you in the eyes and tells you that you've just killed your best friend. You're stunned, your heart races, your mind spins. What did I do? How did this happen? But the truth is, you did nothing. This is the fake death experiment, a psychological nightmare orchestrated to see how far a child's mind can be pushed before it breaks. The experiment was simple but sinister. A group of young children was selected to participate in what they believed was a routine learning exercise. They were told to play with toys, interact with their peers, and follow instructions given by a trusted adult. But behind the scenes, the adults had a darker plan. At a predetermined moment, a child would be separated from the group and brought into a private room. There, they would be told that their actions had resulted in the death of another child. Maybe they were told that they pushed them too hard, or that they caused them to fall and hit their head. The story varied, but the result was always the same. The child was left devastated, convinced that they were a killer. For hours, the child would sit alone, crying, screaming, begging for forgiveness. Some would curl up in a corner, rocking back and forth, repeating the words, "I didn't mean to, I didn't mean to." The others would shut down completely, staring blankly at the wall as the weight of the accusation crushed them. The adults would stand outside, watching, taking notes, recording every reaction. To them, this was science. To the child, it was a waking nightmare. The purpose of the experiment was to study the effects of guilt and self-blame, to see how a child's mind would process the belief that they had committed an unspeakable act. The researchers wanted to understand how guilt could be manipulated, how far they could push a child's psyche before it shattered. But what they didn't consider, or didn't care to consider, was the long-term damage they were inflicting. For some children, the trauma of the fake death experiment lingered long after the truth was revealed, even after they were told that it had all been a lie, that no one had actually died. The memory of that moment remained seared into their minds. They could still hear the adult's voice, still feel the crushing weight of guilt, still see the image of their friend lying motionless on the floor. For years, some would wake up screaming in the middle of the night, haunted by the belief that they had killed someone, that they were a monster. But the researchers didn't stop there. They wanted to push the experiment further. They started to vary the scenarios, making the deaths more violent, more graphic. Instead of a simple accident, the child would be told that they had stabbed their friend with a pencil or pushed them down a flight of stairs. The more gruesome the supposed act, the stronger the reaction, and the more data for the researchers to analyze. What they didn't expect, however, was how some children would internalize the role of the killer. Instead of breaking down in tears, they became cold, detached, as though a switch had been flipped in their minds. If they were told they were a monster, then they would become one. They would lash out, hurting other children, breaking toys, screaming obscenities. It was as though the lie had become a self-fulfilling prophecy, a psychological wound that would never heal. The aftermath of the fake death experiment was a disaster. Some children developed severe anxiety disorders, unable to trust adults ever again. Others became violent, convinced that they were inherently bad, that they were capable of terrible things. But worst of all were the children who simply shut down, becoming withdrawn, silent, hollow. They had been told they were killers, and now they believed it. Years later, when the experiment was exposed, the researchers defended their actions, claiming that they were simply trying to understand the nature of guilt, that they had no idea the effects would be so severe, but the damage was done. Innocent children had been turned into psychological wrecks, all in the name of science. Today, the fake death experiment stands as one of the most chilling examples of how far some researchers are willing to go to prove a point of how easily the line between science and cruelty can be crossed. And it leaves us with one haunting question. If a child can be convinced that they are a killer, what else can they be convinced of? And how many other lives have been destroyed by lies, disguised as learning? Imagine being a child, sitting in a classroom clutching the monster study experiment, a pencil, as your teacher looms over you, her eyes cold and unblinking. She leans down, her voice dripping with disdain, and tells you that you're stupid, that you'll never speak properly, that your stutter makes you worthless. You're just a child, and the words cut through you like knives. This isn't discipline. This is the monster study, a psychological experiment that would forever scar the minds of innocent children. 1939. Wendell Johnson, a speech pathologist at the University of Iowa, set out to study the effects of negative reinforcement on children's speech development. Johnson was obsessed with the idea that stuttering wasn't an inherent defect, but something that could be induced or cured through psychological manipulation. He wanted to prove his theory by taking children who spoke normally and turning them into stutterers. But how do you convince a child that they're broken? How do you make a child doubt every word that comes out of their mouth? Johnson had a plan. He recruited 22 orphans, children, who had already been dealt a bad hand in life, and split them into two groups. One group would be praised and encouraged, told that their speech was perfect, that they were articulate, smart, and confident. The other group, the unfortunate ones, would become the subjects of the monster study. These children were subjected to relentless psychological abuse. They were told that they had serious speech defects, that they were developing a stutter, that their words were clumsy and awkward. They were forced to repeat phrases over and over, with the experimenters scolding them for every perceived flaw, every tiny mispronunciation. Some of these children had never stuttered before, but after weeks of constant verbal abuse, they began to stumble over words, to hesitate, to fear speaking altogether. Imagine being 8 years old and being told that the way you speak is wrong, that every time you open your mouth, you're embarrassing yourself. The children became self-conscious. Their confidence eroded. Their sense of self shattered. They stopped raising their hands in class, stopped talking to their friends, stopped looking people in the eyes. Some of them withdrew completely. Their once lively personalities reduced to shadows of what they had been. The impact of the monster study didn't end when the experiment did. The damage lingered, haunting these children for years. Some developed full-blown stutters, unable to shake the belief that they were flawed, that they were broken. Others became socially anxious, terrified of speaking up, convinced that every word they said was wrong. They grew up haunted by the echoes of those cruel, cutting words, carrying the weight of that trauma into adulthood. But perhaps the most horrifying aspect of the monster study wasn't what it did to these children. It was that Johnson never apologized. He never admitted wrongdoing. To him, they were just date points, just numbers, in a research paper, just a means to an end. He had proven his theory that stuttering could be induced through psychological manipulation, but at what cost? Years later, when the study was finally exposed, the University of Iowa issued a public apology, acknowledging the horrific abuse that had been inflicted upon these children. But the damage had already been done. Lives had been ruined. Minds had been broken, all because a man wanted to prove a point. Today, the monster study stands as a chilling reminder of how easily children can be manipulated, how words can be wielded like weapons, how trust can be shattered in the name of science. And it forces us to confront a disturbing question. If words can be used to destroy a child's mind, what else can they be used for, and how many other? Children have been scarred by the monstrous actions of those who claim to be helping them. Imagine stepping into a basement that has been transformed into Stanford Prison Experiment, a makeshift prison. The walls are lined with steel bars. The air is heavy with tension, and the only light comes from flickering dim bulbs. You're not a criminal. You're not even a prisoner. You're a college student who signed up for a psychology study expecting to earn some easy cash over the weekend, but within hours you will be screaming, crying, begging for mercy. This is the Stanford Prison Experiment, one of the most infamous psychological studies ever conducted, a study that would reveal the darkness lurking within ordinary people. In 1971, Dr. Philip Zimbardo, a psychology professor at Stanford University, wanted to understand how power dynamics could transform ordinary people into monsters. He recruited 24 college students, all young, all male, all mentally stable. They were randomly assigned to play the roles of guards or prisoners. The experiment was supposed to last 2 weeks. It lasted only 6 days. The basement of the Stanford Psychology Building was converted into a mock prison. The prisoners were stripped of their clothes, given smokes to wear, and assigned numbers. From that moment on, they were no longer John, Mike, or Steve. They were 8612, 416, and 2093. Their identities were erased, their humanity reduced to a number. Meanwhile, the guards were given uniforms, mirrored sunglasses, and nightsticks. They were told to maintain order, to establish authority, to keep the prisoners in line. What happened next was a descent into madness. The guards who just days earlier were normal, friendly college students transformed into sadistic overseers. They screamed at the prisoners, made them do push-ups until they collapsed, forced them to clean toilets with their bare hands. They withheld food, deprived them of sleep, and made them stand naked in front of their fellow prisoners as a form of psychological humiliation. But it wasn't just the guards who changed. The prisoners, the same students who had entered the basement just days earlier as carefree young men, became fearful, paranoid, and broken. They huddled together in the corners of their cells, whispering in hushed voices, afraid to speak too loudly, lest they provoke the guards' wrath. They begged to go home, but Zimbardo refused, insisting that they remain in the study. One prisoner, known only as 8612, began to exhibit signs of severe emotional distress. He screamed, sobbed, and begged to be released, claiming he was losing his mind. The guards responded by locking him in a dark closet, taunting him, calling him a baby, a coward, a weakling. When he was finally let out, he was a shell of his former self. Eyes vacant, voice hollow. He had entered the basement as a confident young man. He left as a broken, terrified boy. Zimbardo himself became a part of the experiment, adopting the role of the prison superintendent. Instead of intervening as the abuse escalated, he became a passive observer, more interested in collecting data than protecting the welfare of his subjects. When a fellow psychologist, Christina Maslech, visited the prison and witnessed the brutality firsthand, she confronted Zimbardo, demanding to know how he could let such cruelty continue. It was only then, after 6 days of escalating torment, that Zimbardo decided to end the experiment in the aftermath. Zimbardo defended his study, claiming that it revealed the power of situational forces, that it showed how easily good people could be turned into monsters under the right conditions. He argued that the experiment was a necessary evil, a window into the dark side of human nature. But for the prisoners, the scars remained. Some of them suffered from nightmares, flashbacks, and severe anxiety for years after the study ended. They couldn't shake the feeling of being watched, of being powerless, of being at the mercy of sadistic authority figures. They couldn't forget the faces of their fellow students, the guards who had once been their friends, now forever tainted by the cruelty they had inflicted today. The Stanford prison experiment is widely regarded as one of the most unethical studies in the history of psychology, a chilling example of how quickly ordinary people can be consumed by power and how easily the line between good and evil can blur when given the right circumstances, and it forces us to ask a terrifying question. If people can become monsters in just 6 days, what are we all capable of becoming if given the power, the authority, and the opportunity, and would we even recognize ourselves in the end? Imagine standing in a small room with a clipboard in your hands, your palms sweating, your heart pounding on Milgram experiment. The other side of a glass window, a man sits strapped to a chair, electrodes attached to his arms. A calm, authoritative figure in a white lab coat instructs you to press a button. You hesitate. The button will deliver a shock. You can hear the man's breathing quicken. The man in the lab coat reassures you, saying, "The experiment requires you to continue." You press the button. The man in the chair jerks grimaces and lets out a sharp cry. "You wuss." But the man in the lab coat simply nods. Please continue. This is the Milgram experiment, one of the most infamous psychological studies ever conducted, a study that would expose the terrifying ease with which ordinary people could be transformed into instruments of cruelty. In 1961, Yale psychologist Stanley Milgram set out to investigate how far people would go in obeying an authority figure, even when it meant inflicting harm on another person. It was a question born out of the horrors of the Holocaust. How could so many ordinary Germans have participated in atrocities under the orders of the Nazi regime? Milgram recruited ordinary men and women, people who believed they were participating in a simple study on learning and memory. They were told that their job was to act as teachers, administering electric shocks to a learner whenever he gave a wrong answer. The shock started at a mild 15 volts, but increased in increments up to a lethal 450 volts. What the teachers didn't know was that the learner was an actor, a confederate in the study. He wasn't really being shocked, but the screams they heard were real, gut-wrenching, blood-curdling. With each wrong answer, the learner's cries grew louder, more desperate. "Please stop," he would scream. "I have a heart condition." But the man in the lab coat remained stoic, expressionless, calmly repeating, "The experiment requires you to continue." Some participants protested their voices, shaking eyes, darting nervously between the man in the lab coat and the man in the chair. "I don't think I can do this," they would say, but the authority figure remained unmoved. "You have no other choice," he would respond. "You must continue." And so they did. As the shocks increased, the learner's screams became agonizing. At 300 volts, he began to pound on the wall, begging to be let out. At 330 volts, he fell silent. No more screams, no more pleas, just eerie, unsettling silence. The participants would turn to the man in the lab coat, some with tears in their eyes, begging for permission to stop. But the man in the lab coat remained calm, cold, detached. "Please continue," he said, and they did. When the study ended, Milgram revealed the truth, that the learner had not been harmed, that the screams had been pre-recorded, that the shocks were fake, but the emotional impact on the teachers was all too real. Many of them broke down, sobbing hands, shaking, unable to comprehend what they had just done. They had believed they were capable of murder, that they had inflicted unspeakable pain on another human being simply because a man in a lab coat told them to. McGraham's findings were shocking. 65% of participants had delivered the maximum 450-volt shock despite believing that they were causing severe pain, possibly even death. 65%. Ordinary people, teachers, salesmen, accountants, mothers, fathers, had all become torturers under the instruction of an authority figure, and they did it without question, without hesitation, without resistance. Critics condemned McGraham for the emotional distress he caused his participants, accusing him of psychological manipulation, of crossing ethical lines. But McGraham defended his study, insisting that the results were necessary, that they revealed a terrifying truth about human nature, that under the right conditions, anyone could become a monster. Years later, when asked if he would do it all over again, McGraham said yes. He argued that the study exposed a dark reality that needed to be confronted, that people needed to understand the dangers of blind obedience, that the Holocaust could happen again, that the seeds of atrocity existed in all of us. Today, the McGraham experiment stands as a chilling reminder of how easily we can be controlled, how easily we can be coerced, how easily we can become instruments of evil when authority commands it, and it forces us to ask a haunting question. If a man in a white lab coat told you to hurt someone to keep pressing the button to ignore the screams, would you? And if you did, what would that make you imagine being in a room with 10 other people, each of you holding a sheet of paper with a list, the quiet rage experiment of names? Some of those names belong to your friends, people you trust, people who have helped you, people you care about, but now you're being told that you have to betray them. If you refuse, you get nothing. If you comply, you get money, food, protection. What would you do? This is the quiet rage experiment, a psychological study designed to see just how easily people could be manipulated into turning on each other for personal gain. The experiment was simple but cruel. Participants were told that they were part of a group, each person responsible for deciding the fate of the others. The researchers had created false scenarios, convincing participants that some people in the group were dangerous, untrustworthy, or secretly plotting against them. The goal was to see how easily suspicion could be planted, how quickly fear could turn friends into enemies, how effectively power could corrupt even the most moral of people. At first, most participants resisted. They refused to accuse. Their friends refused to betray them. But as the pressure mounted, as the rewards increased, as the threats became more explicit, something began to shift. Those who had once been hesitant started to change. They began to look around the room, eyes darting nervously, paranoia growing like a cancer. Maybe that guy was lying. Maybe that girl was plotting against them. Maybe their best friend wasn't really their friend at all. The researchers watched as the group slowly fractured, alliances, crumbling trust, evaporating suspicion, spreading like wildfire. Participants began to accuse each other of imaginary crimes, pointing fingers, shouting, screaming. Some cried, insisting they were innocent. Others remained silent, eyes downcast, refusing to meet anyone's gaze. But the worst part was what happened when the rewards were introduced. Participants were told that they could earn money, food, or other valuable resources by betraying a fellow participant, by providing information that would help the group root out the supposed traitors. And that's when the floodgates opened. People who had once sworn to protect each other began to turn naming names, inventing lies, throwing their friends under the bus for a few dollars or a meal. They claimed that others had said things they hadn't said, done things they hadn't done. They provided false evidence, fabricated stories, all in the name of self-preservation. The researchers watched as lifelong friends accused each other of heinous acts, as alliances crumbled under the weight of greed and fear. They watched as people who had once been close as brothers became enemies, each desperate to save themselves at the expense of the others. When the experiment ended, the participants were told the truth, that there had been no traitors, that no one had actually done anything wrong, that the entire scenario had been a fabrication designed to test their loyalty, their integrity, their humanity. Some broke down sobbing, horrified by what they had done. Others lashed out at the researchers, furious that they had been manipulated, that their deepest fears had been exploited. But the damage was done. Friendships had been destroyed, bonds severed, trust shattered. Some participants refused to speak to each other ever again, unable to forgive the betrayals that had occurred under pressure. The quiet rage experiment revealed just how easily fear could be weaponized, how quickly suspicion could turn good people into traitors, how effectively power could corrupt even the most righteous of souls. It showed that under the right conditions, anyone could become a monster. Even the person sitting next to you, even the person you once called a friend. And it forces us to confront a chilling question. If the promise of money, food, or safety could make you betray the people you love, what else could you be convinced to do? How far would you go to save yourself? And when the dust settled, would you still recognize the person staring back at you? In the mirror, imagine a group of boys. 12 Robbers Cave. Experiment years old, laughing, running through the woods, completely unaware that they are walking into a trap. They think they're at summer camp, a place for swimming, playing games, making friends, but they're not. They're in the middle of a psychological experiment, and before the summer is over, they will hate each other with a passion they never thought possible. This is the Robbers Cave experiment, a chilling study that would reveal just how easy it is to turn friends into enemies. In the summer of 1954, psychologist Musia Sheriff devised a study to observe how conflict develops between groups and how easily it can be manipulated. He chose Robbers Cave, State Park in Oklahoma, as the perfect isolated setting. He recruited 22 boys, all from similar backgrounds, white middle class, well-adjusted. None of them knew each other. None of them knew what was coming. The boys were divided into two groups, the Rattlers and the Eagles, and placed in separate areas of the park. For the first few days, they had no idea the other group existed. They bonded, made friends, created group identities. The Rattlers saw themselves as tough, competitive, ruthless. The Eagles saw themselves as honorable, principled, loyal. Both groups developed their own cultures, their own rules, their own sense of superiority. Then the researchers revealed the existence of the other group. Almost immediately, tension erupted. The Rattlers and the Eagles were pitted against each other in a series of competitive games. Tug-of-war baseball, capture the flag. The winners got trophies, medals, bragging rights. The losers got nothing. The game started out as innocent fun, but as the competition intensified, so did the animosity. The Rattlers called the Eagles weak. Stupid losers. The Eagles called the Rattlers arrogant cheaters, bullies. Insults flew back and forth like knives. Fights broke out over trivial things: a stolen flag, a dirty look, a snide comment. But the researchers weren't satisfied. They wanted more conflict. They wanted to see just how far they could push these boys before they completely turned on each other. So they introduced scarcity. They sabotaged the camp's water supply, blaming the other group. They stole food, broke equipment, spread rumors. The boys, already on edge, became paranoid, convinced that the other group was out to get them. The Rattlers raided the Eagles' cabin, tearing it apart, throwing their belongings into the dirt. The Eagles retaliated, setting fire to the Rattlers' flag and dumping garbage on their beds. What had started as a simple game had spiraled into a full-blown war. The researchers watched as the boys transformed before their eyes. These were once friendly, well-behaved kids. Now they were shouting obscenities, throwing punches, plotting attacks. They had lost all sense of humanity, all sense of compassion. They saw the other group not as fellow campers, but as enemies to be crushed, humiliated, destroyed. Then, just as the violence reached its peak, the researchers decided to switch gears. They wanted to see if they could undo the damage they had caused. They staged a series of crises. A truck broke down. A tree fell on a cabin. The water supply was contaminated. Both groups were forced to work together to solve the problems. They had to cooperate, to communicate, to put aside their differences if they wanted to survive. Slowly, the hatred began to dissipate. The boys started talking to each other again, sharing food, helping each other, build shelters, repairing what had been broken. The Rattlers and the Eagles were no longer enemies. They were just kids again, exhausted, confused, ashamed of what they had become. When the experiment ended, Sheriff claimed that he had proven his theory that conflict could be artificially created and just as easily resolved through cooperation, but he failed to acknowledge the psychological damage he had inflicted on those boys. Some of them never forgot the hatred they had felt, the anger, the fear. They had been manipulated, pushed to the brink, turned into pawns in a cruel game orchestrated by a man who saw them not as children, but as subjects, as data points, as tools for his own academic glory. The Robbers Cave experiment stands as a stark reminder of how easily division can be manufactured, how quickly fear can be weaponized, how readily friends can become foes when the right buttons are pushed. It forces us to ask a haunting question. If children can be so easily manipulated to hate each other, what does that say about the rest of us? How fragile is our sense of unity, and what would it take for us to turn on the people we once called friends? Imagine walking into your high school classroom on a Monday morning, ready for another week of lectures. The third wave experiment, homework, and ordinary teenage life. But today, something feels different. Your teacher is standing at the front of the room, eyes cold, jaw set, his posture rigid like a soldier. "We are going to learn about discipline," he says. "Stand up straight, Sit in silence. Follow my orders without question. You glance around confused. Your classmates are just as bewildered as you are. This is how the third wave begins. A psychological experiment that would transform ordinary teenagers into fascists in less than a week. It was 1967 in Palo Alto, California, and history teacher Ron Jones was struggling to explain to his students how ordinary Germans could have blindly followed Hitler during the rise of the Third Reich. His students insisted that such a thing could never happen to them, that they would never fall under the spell of a dictator, that they were too smart, too independent, too free. Jones decided to put that belief to the test. The experiment started innocently enough. Jones told his students that they would be participating in a classroom exercise called the third wave. He taught them how to sit with perfect posture, how to walk in unison, how to respond to commands instantly and without question. Strength through discipline, he said. Strength through community strength, through action. The students obeyed, some reluctantly, others enthusiastically. But by the end of the first day, something strange had started to happen. The class began to feel like more than just a classroom. It felt like a movement. The students started referring to each other as comrades. They created hand signals to identify themselves as members of the third wave. They chanted slogans, marched in formation, and pledged loyalty to the group. By the second day, Jones had introduced a new rule: no questioning the leader. He told the students that they were part of an elite organization, a group that would soon rise to power and change the world. Anyone who disobeyed would be expelled from the group. Anyone who questioned the rules would be considered a traitor. The students obeyed. The sense of power, of unity, of belonging was intoxicating, but not everyone was convinced. Some students began to feel uneasy, frightened by the transformation they were witnessing in themselves and their classmates. Friends who had once been inseparable now eyed each other with suspicion. Some students reported their own friends to Jones, accusing them of disloyalty, of disrespect, of failing to uphold the principles of the third wave. By the third day, Jones had given the group a salute, a simple, sharp gesture that resembled a Nazi salute. The students used it to greet each other in the halls and the cafeteria. Even at home, they began to recruit new members, urging their friends to join the third wave or risk being left behind. The sense of camaraderie was gone. In its place was fear, paranoia, blind obedience. On the fourth day, the experiment reached its climax. Jones told the students that the third wave was part of a nationwide movement, a secret organization that would soon reveal its true purpose. He ordered them to gather in the auditorium the next day to witness the televised announcement of the group's leader. The students arrived dressed in their best clothes, eyes shining with anticipation, but there was no televised announcement. There was no leader. Instead, Jones revealed the truth that the third wave was a lie, a fabricated experiment to show them how easily they could be manipulated, how quickly they could be stripped of their individuality, how readily they could become instruments of a fascist regime. The students stared at the screen in stunned silence. Some cried, others shouted in anger. They had been played, used, exposed. In just 5 days, Jones had taken a group of average, well-adjusted teenagers and turned them into zealots, willing to sacrifice their freedom, their friends, and even their morals for the sake of belonging to something greater than themselves. He had shown them and himself how easily the seeds of totalitarianism could be planted, how quickly they could take root, how thoroughly they could consume the mind. When the experiment was over, Jones was fired from the school. The third wave was never mentioned again in his classroom, but the effects lingered. The students struggled to make sense of what had happened to them, how they had been so easily manipulated, how they had fallen under the spell of a man they had once trusted. Today, the third wave stands as a chilling reminder of how easily democracy can be eroded, how quickly people can be convinced to abandon their principles, how fragile the human psyche truly is when confronted with power, fear, and the allure of conformity, and it forces us to ask a terrifying question. If a group of teenagers could be transformed into a maw of fanatics in less than a week, what could happen to the rest of us in a month, a year, a lifetime? And would we even realize it before it was too late? Imagine walking into your third grade classroom feeling like it's just another ordinary day, but blue eyes versus brown eyes experiment today. Your teacher isn't smiling. Today she tells you that you're different, that you're not as smart, not as good, not as important as the other kids. Why? Because your eyes are the wrong color. You're a brown-eyed kid, and that makes you inferior. This is the blue eyes versus brown eyes. Experiment a chilling exercise in discrimination that would reveal just how easily children could be turned into bigots, victims, and oppressors in a matter of hours. It was 1968, the day after Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. was assassinated. Jane Elliott, a third-grade teacher in the small town of Riceville, Iowa, watched the news coverage in horror. How could so many people hate someone just because of the color of their skin? How could prejudice be so deeply rooted, so pervasive, so accepted? Elliot decided to teach her students a lesson they would never forget. The next morning, she walked into her classroom and divided her students into two groups based solely on their eye color, blue-eyed kids in one group, brown-eyed kids in the other. Then she made her announcement. Blue-eyed kids were superior to brown-eyed kids. They were smarter, cleaner, more honest, more deserving of respect. Brown-eyed kids, on the other hand, were lazy, dumb, dirty, and untrustworthy. And to reinforce the point she made, the brown-eyed kids wear collars around their necks, visible symbols of their supposed inferiority. Within minutes, the classroom dynamic shifted. The blue-eyed kids, who had just yesterday been friends with the brown-eyed kids, began to taunt them, calling them names, excluding them from games, treating them like second-class citizens. The brown-eyed kids, who had walked into the classroom feeling just as confident as the others, now hung their heads in shame, their shoulders slumped, their eyes downcast. Elliot watched as her students internalized their new roles. The blue-eyed kids became arrogant, cruel drunk on their newfound sense of superiority. They mocked the brown-eyed kids, pushed them around, refused to sit next to them at lunch. They even started performing better on spelling and math tests, convinced that their blue eyes made them smarter. Meanwhile, the brown-eyed kids became sullen, withdrawn, fearful. They struggled to concentrate, made more mistakes on their assignments, stumbled over words they had known just the day before. They were so consumed by their feelings of worthlessness that they could barely function. Then the next day, Elliot flipped the script. Now she told them she had been wrong. Blue-eyed kids weren't superior, brown-eyed kids were. The collars were removed from the brown-eyed kids and placed around the necks of the blue-eyed kids, and just like that, the roles reversed. Now it was the brown-eyed kids turned to gloat, to bully, to laugh at the blue-eyed kids who had tormented them just the day before. The blue-eyed kids, now on the receiving end of the abuse, fell apart. They cried. They lashed out. They begged to have the collars removed. They couldn't believe how quickly they had become the targets, how easily their power had been stripped away. After 2 days of watching her students tear each other apart, Elliot finally revealed the truth that the entire exercise had been a lesson in discrimination, a cruel demonstration of how quickly prejudice could be created, how deeply it could wound, how thoroughly it could destroy. Some of the students were furious, accusing Elliot of being cruel, of going too far. Others were ashamed, horrified by how easily they had been manipulated into treating their friends like dirt. But the lesson stuck decades later. Those students would recall the blue eyes versus brown eyes experiment as the most powerful, most disturbing, most eye-opening experience of their lives. It showed them how easily they could be turned against each other, how quickly they could be made to believe in their own superiority or inferiority, how effortlessly prejudice could be planted and grown. Years later, Elliot would repeat the exercise with adults, with college students, with business executives. The results were always the same. The superior group became smug and cruel. The inferior group became meek and broken, and all of them walked away with a new understanding of just how arbitrary and insidious discrimination could be. Today, the blue eyes versus brown eyes experiment is considered a landmark in social psychology, a brutal but effective demonstration of how easily prejudice can be constructed, how deeply it can take root, and how devastating its effects can be, and it forces us to confront a chilling question. If children can be taught to hate each other over something as meaningless as eye color in just 2 days, what else can we be taught to hate? And how many of us are still carrying the lessons of prejudice buried deep in our minds, waiting to be awakened by the next Jane Elliott? Imagine little Albert. Experiment being a toddler, barely a year old, sitting on a mat surrounded by toys. The room is bright, the atmosphere calm, and a soft, fluffy white rat is placed in front of you. You reach out to touch it, your chubby fingers grasping its fur, but then, out of nowhere, a deafening, terrifying noise shatters the calm. You cry, scream, your tiny body trembling with fear. The rat is taken away. The noise stops. You're left sobbing, confused, scared, and that's only the beginning. This is the little Albert experiment, a chilling study that would turn an innocent baby into a symbol of fear. 1920. Psychologist John B. Watson and his assistant Rosalie Renner wanted to explore the concept of classical conditioning, the idea that emotional responses could be trained much like Pavlov's dogs were trained to salivate at the sound of a bell, but instead of dogs, they chose a baby. He was known as Albert B., a 9-month-old infant from a local hospital, a child who had been chosen specifically because he was calm, easygoing, and unafraid of anything. At first, Watson and Rayner exposed little Albert to a series of neutral stimuli: a white rat, a rabbit, a dog, a monkey, a mask. He reached out for each one, without fear, his face bright with curiosity, but then they introduced the element of terror. Every time little Albert touched the white rat, Watson would strike a metal bar with a hammer behind the child's head, producing a deafening heart-topping noise. Albert would jump, cry, flinch, his eyes wide with terror. Over and over, Watson repeated the process. White rat, loud noise. White rat, loud noise, until little Albert's fear became automatic. Now, whenever the white rat appeared, Albert would begin to cry before the noise even sounded. The sight of the rat alone was enough to send him into a state of panic, but it didn't stop there. The fear began to spread, generalizing to anything white and furry. A rabbit, a dog, a Santa Claus mask, all of them now evoked the same terror response. Little Albert was no longer just afraid of the rat. He was afraid of anything that even remotely resembled it. Watson and Renner watched, took notes, documented every scream, every tear, every terrified glance. To them, Albert was not a baby. He was data, a blank slate onto which they could inscribe fear. They had successfully conditioned a child to be terrified of harmless objects. They had proven that fear could be learned, but what they hadn't considered, or perhaps didn't care to consider, was the lasting impact of their experiment. They had taken a calm, happy child and turned him into a bundle of nerves, a baby who now viewed the world as a place full of threats, a place where anything white and fluffy could bring pain and terror, and then they walked away. They didn't try to undo the damage. They didn't attempt to decondition him, to teach him that the rat, the rabbit, the dog, the Santa Claus mask were not threats. They simply left him to deal with the consequences of their experiment, to carry the burden of fear that they had so callously implanted in his mind. The fate of little Albert remains a mystery. Some reports suggest he died of an unrelated illness at the age of 6. His life cut short before the full impact of Watson's experiment could be fully realized. Others claim he grew up, lived a normal life, and never exhibited any long-term effects of the conditioning, but the truth remains elusive. What is undeniable is the ethical horror of the little Albert experiment. Watson and Rayner took an innocent child and systematically dismantled his sense of security, his trust in the world around him. They transformed ordinary objects into symbols of terror, forever altering the way he perceived the world, and they did it all in the name of science. Today, the little Albert experiment is viewed as a dark chapter in the history of psychology, a grim reminder of how easily a child's mind can be twisted, how quickly innocence can be corrupted, how casually scientists can disregard the well-being of their subjects in pursuit of a theory, and it forces us to confront a chilling question. If a baby can be conditioned to fear something as harmless as a white rat, what else can we be taught to fear? How many of our own anxieties, our own phobias, our own nightmares have been planted in our minds by others, by experiences we don't even remember? And what does it say about us, about our nature, our morality, our humanity, that we can look into the eyes of a crying child and see only an experiment? Imagine waking up in complete darkness. No light, no sound, no sense of time. You reach out, but there's nothing. The pit of despair experiment with humans to touch. The walls are smooth, cold, unyielding. You scream, but the sound just bounces back to you, a hollow echo. Days pass, or maybe hours, you can't tell. Your mind begins to slip to fracture. You're not sure if you're awake or dreaming, alive or dead. This is the pit of despair, a chamber designed to break the human mind through total sensory isolation. In the 1970s, the field of psychology was still reeling from the work of Harry Harlow, the man who put baby monkeys in metal cages, depriving them of all contact, all affection, until they lost their minds. But Harlow wasn't the only one interested in the effects of isolation. Around the same time, a group of researchers decided to take Harlow's experiment to the next level, this time with human subjects. The setup was simple but brutal. Volunteers were placed in small, featureless rooms, soundproof, light-proof, windowless. There was nothing to see, nothing to hear, nothing to feel, no clocks, no windows, no way to mark the passage of time. The subjects were stripped of all sensory input, left alone with only their thoughts, and those thoughts quickly turned dark within hours. The first signs of psychological distress began to emerge. Subjects started pacing, mumbling to themselves, clawing at the walls. Some tried to sleep, but the silence was too intense, too oppressive. Others tried to stay awake, afraid of what they might see if they closed their eyes. But eventually, the mind started to disintegrate. Time lost all meaning. Hours stretched into days, days into weeks. Subjects began to hallucinate. Flashes of light, phantom voices, shadowy figures that weren't really there. Some became convinced that they were being watched, that hidden cameras were recording their every move. Paranoia set in, along with crushing, inescapable loneliness. One man, after just 3 days in isolation, became convinced that he was dead. He lay on the floor, eyes open, staring blankly at the ceiling, refusing to eat, refusing to speak, convinced that he was a corpse. Another began to scream uncontrollably, pounding his fists against the walls until they bled, desperate for any kind of sensation, any kind of human connection. But the researchers didn't intervene. They just watched, took notes, recorded every moment of the subject's mental unraveling. To them, this was science, a chance to understand the effects of extreme isolation on the human mind. To the subjects, it was a living nightmare, a descent into madness with no way out. When the experiment finally ended, some of the subjects refused to leave their rooms. They had become so accustomed to the silence, to the darkness, to the isolation, that the outside world felt too bright, too loud, too overwhelming. Others emerged as empty shells staring blankly ahead, unable to process simple commands, unable to speak, unable to remember who they were. But the worst cases were those who carried the isolation with them. Even after they were released, they became paranoid, convinced that they were still being watched, still being monitored. They heard phantom voices, saw shadowy figures, felt the walls closing in around them, even in open spaces. The experiment had ended, but the pit of despair had followed them home. Years later, when the study was finally exposed, the researchers defended their actions, insisting that the data they had gathered was invaluable. They claimed that the experiment revealed the devastating effects of sensory deprivation, that it could be used to better understand solitary confinement, that it could help design safer interrogation techniques. But what they failed to acknowledge was the human cost, the minds that had been broken, the identities that had been shattered, the lives that had been ruined in the name of science. They had taken ordinary people, placed them in a box, and watched as they crumbled, and for what? A few lines of data, a few published papers, a few academic accolades. Today, the pit of despair stands as a haunting reminder of how easily the human mind can be fractured, how quickly isolation can erode the sense of self, how fragile our grip on reality truly is. And it forces us to ask a terrifying question. If 3 days in darkness can drive a man to madness, what would a week do, a month, a year? And if a mind can be broken so easily, how do we ever know if we're truly sane, or if the walls are just a little too close, a little too tight, a little too dark for us to notice that we're already in the pit? Imagine being trapped in a cage that the learned helplessness experiment floor is cold metal, the walls too high to climb. You try to escape, but every time you move, a shock courses through your body, sharp, searing, unavoidable. You cry out, tremble, retreat to a corner. You try again, another shock and another, until one day you stop trying. This is the learned helplessness experiment, a psychological study that would reveal how quickly a mind can be broken, how easily hope can be extinguished. In the late 1960s, psychologist Martin Seligman set out to study how animals respond to stress and fear. He chose dogs as his subjects, creatures known for their loyalty, their optimism, their instinct to fight or flee. But in Seligman's lab, there was nowhere to run. The setup was simple. The dogs were placed in a box divided by a low barrier. On one side of the box, the floor was electrified. On the other side, it was safe. All the dog had to do was jump over the barrier to escape the shocks. But before Seligman introduced the barrier, he did something far more sinister. He placed the dogs in harnesses where they were repeatedly shocked with no way to escape, no way to avoid the pain. The shocks were random, unpredictable, relentless. The dogs whined, barked, struggled against their restraints, but it was no use. The shocks kept coming, no matter what they did. After hours of this torture, Seligman placed the dogs in the box with the barrier. Now they had a chance to escape. Now they had control over their fate. But something strange happened. The dogs didn't move. They lay down on the electrified floor, whimpering, taking the shocks without even trying to escape, even when the barrier was lowered so they could easily step over it. They remained motionless, eyes vacant, bodies trembling. They had learned that nothing they did mattered, that no amount of effort could stop the pain. They had learned to be helpless. Seligman was astonished. He had expected the dogs to try to escape, to leap over the barrier, to fight for their freedom, but instead they just lay there, accepting their fate, as if they had been convinced that there was no point in trying, that suffering was inevitable, that escape was impossible. Seligman called this phenomenon learned helplessness, the state in which a person or animal becomes so conditioned to failure, to pain, to powerlessness, that they no longer even try to change their circumstances. It was a concept that would soon be applied to human behavior to explain why some people stay in abusive relationships, why some victims of trauma refuse to fight back, why some prisoners of war give up all hope of escape. But the real horror of the learned helplessness experiment wasn't what it revealed about dogs. It was what it revealed about humans. Seligman's findings would later be used by military interrogators, by abusive spouses, by cult leaders. Anyone who wanted to break a mind, to condition a person, to accept pain, to believe that they were powerless, that they were trapped, that there was no way out. Imagine a prisoner in a dark, windowless cell, shackled to the wall, deprived of food, sleep, human contact. Every time he asks for help, he is beaten. Every time he cries out, he is ignored. Days turn into weeks. Weeks into months. Soon he stops asking for help. He stops crying out. He stops fighting. He becomes silent, compliant, a shell of who he once was. He has learned that nothing he does will make a difference. He has learned to be helpless. Seligman's experiment was never intended to be a blueprint for psychological torture, but that's exactly what it became. His findings were cited in training manuals for military interrogators used to justify tactics designed to break prisoners, to strip them of hope, to convince them that resistance was futile years later. Seligman would try to distance himself from the darker implications of his work. He would go on to study positive psychology, to explore how people could overcome learned helplessness, how they could reclaim their sense of control, how they could learn to fight back. But for many of his subjects, it was too late. Today, the learned helplessness experiment stands as a chilling reminder of how easily a mind can be broken, how quickly a spirit can be crushed, how thoroughly a person can be convinced that they are powerless even when the door is wide open, even when the barrier is low enough to step over, and it forces us to confront a haunting question. How many of us are still lying on the floor, taking the shocks, convinced that there is no escape? How many of us have been conditioned to believe that we are powerless, that our pain is inevitable, that our fate is sealed, and what would happen if we finally stood up, looked around and realized that the door was open all along? Would we walk through it, or would we stay in the cage, eyes closed, minds broken, too afraid to hope for anything more? Imagine you're walking, the bystander effect experiment, down a busy street in the middle of the day. People are everywhere, shoppers carrying bags, kids eating ice cream, couples holding hands, and then you hear it, a scream sharp and desperate. You turn your head and see a woman lying on the ground, blood pooling beneath her. She's crying for help, gasping for breath, her eyes wide with terror. You freeze, you look around. Dozens of people are staring, but no one moves. No one calls for help. No one steps forward. You stand there paralyzed, waiting for someone, anyone to do something, but no one does. This is the bystander effect, a chilling phenomenon that reveals how easily we can all become indifferent to suffering when surrounded by others. The story that inspired the study is as haunting as it is tragic. In 1964, Kitty Genoves, a 28-year-old bar manager, was brutally attacked, raped, and murdered outside her apartment in Queens, New York, according to initial reports. 38 people heard her screams, saw her struggling, watched as her killer returned to finish the job, and did nothing. No one called the police. No one intervened. No one tried to help. The case became a national sensation, a symbol of urban apathy, a chilling reminder of how easily people could turn a blind eye to violence when they believed someone else would step in. Psychologists John, Darley, and Biblatine wanted to understand why was it really indifference that kept people from helping, or was something deeper, more insidious at play. They devised a series of experiments to find out. In one study, participants were placed in individual rooms and told they would be communicating with others via intercom. Each participant believed they were part of a small group discussion, but in reality the voices they heard were pre-recorded. At one point, one of the participants began to choke, gasp for air, and plead for help, claiming they were having a seizure. The real participants could hear everything: the panic, the struggling, the dying breaths. When participants believed they were the only ones who could hear the distress, 85% rushed to help, but when they thought there were others listening as well, that number dropped to 31%. The more people who were present, the less likely anyone was to intervene. Each person assumed someone else would take responsibility. Someone else would call for help. Someone else would do something. But because everyone was thinking the same thing, no one did anything. In another experiment, participants were placed in a room that slowly began to fill with smoke. When they were alone, most participants quickly got up, opened the door, and called for help. But when they were in a group of people who ignored the smoke, Confederates planted by the researchers to act unconcerned, only 10% of the real participants took action. The rest stayed put, eyes darting nervously around the room, waiting for someone else to acknowledge the danger. The results were clear. The presence of others diffused responsibility, creating a psychological buffer that allowed people to convince themselves that they didn't need to act. Someone else will help, they told themselves. Someone else will take care of it. And in that moment of hesitation, in that split second of indecision, lives could be lost. But the most haunting aspect of the bystander effect isn't just that people fail to act. It's how easily they rationalize their inaction. I didn't want to get involved. I thought someone else already called the police. I didn't think it was that serious. These justifications create a psychological distance between the bystander and the victim, allowing them to walk away, to forget to convince themselves that they did nothing wrong. In the years following Kitty Geniovese's murder, more information came to light. The original report of 38 witnesses doing nothing was later found to be exaggerated. Some had called the police. Some had tried to help, but the damage was done. The image of a woman dying alone on a cold sidewalk, surrounded by people who watched and did nothing, had already been burned into the public consciousness. Today, the bystander effect stands as a chilling reminder of how easily responsibility can be diffused, how quickly empathy can be overridden by fear, how readily we can convince ourselves that someone else will do the right thing so we don't have to, and it forces us to confront a terrifying question. If you were walking down that street, if you saw that woman lying on the ground, blood pooling beneath her, gasping for breath, surrounded by a crowd of people doing nothing, would you stop? Would you help? Or would you just keep walking, eyes forward, telling yourself that someone else would step in, someone else would do what you were too afraid to do? Imagine walking into a psychiatric hospital, sitting across from a doctor, and telling them the Rosenhan experiment that you're hearing voices. They're faint. You say barely audible, but they keep repeating the same words, empty, hollow thud. You feel nervous, vulnerable, like an imposter. You know that what you're saying isn't true. You know you're not mentally ill, but the doctor doesn't. Know that he listens, nods, scribbles on his clipboard, and within minutes you're committed, locked away, with real patients, real diagnosis, real suffering. This is the Rosenhan experiment, a chilling study that exposed the terrifying flaws in the field of psychiatry. In 1973, psychologist David Rosenhan recruited 8 perfectly sane people, including himself, to infiltrate psychiatric hospitals across the United States. Their instructions were simple: report that they were hearing voices. Is that the voices said empty, hollow, and thud, and nothing else. Beyond that, they were to behave completely normally. No other symptoms, no strange behavior, no signs of mental illness. The goal was to see how quickly they would be diagnosed and how long it would take for the doctors to realize they were faking. The results were shocking. All 8 were diagnosed with severe psychiatric disorders, most commonly schizophrenia, and committed to psychiatric hospitals. Once inside, they dropped the act no longer, reporting any symptoms, behaving completely normally, but instead of being released, they were kept for days, weeks, even months. The shortest stay was 7 days. The longest was 52 days. During their time in the hospitals, Rosenhan and the other patients took notes documenting everything they saw, everything they experienced, but even their note-taking was interpreted as a symptom of their supposed illness. Patient engages in obsessive writing behavior. One doctor wrote, "Patient appears to harbor delusional thoughts." Another noted, "No matter what they did, everything was twisted to fit the diagnosis." The real patients, however, weren't fooled. They could tell that the pseudo-patients didn't belong, that they weren't genuinely mentally ill. "You're a journalist, aren't you?" one patient asked. "You're here to check up on the hospital." But the doctors and nurses remained oblivious, seeing only what they expected to see: schizophrenia, psychosis, mental illness. Rosenhan's experiment didn't end when the pseudo-patients were released. Once the study was published, it sent shockwaves through the psychiatric community. The hospitals were outraged, insisting that such a deception could never happen again. One prestigious hospital challenged Rosenhan, claiming they could easily spot fake patients if he dared to send more. Rosenhan agreed, informing them that in the next 3 months he would attempt to send new pseudo-patients to infiltrate their wards. Over the next 90 days, the hospital staff identified 41 potential fakes, confidently declaring that these were imposters, that they had caught Rosenhan's accomplices in the act. But Rosenhan hadn't sent anyone, not a single person. The hospital had falsely identified dozens of real patients as frauds, proving just how unreliable their diagnosis truly were. The Rosenhan experiment was a devastating blow to the field of psychiatry, revealing how easily doctors could be fooled, how quick they were to label ordinary behavior as pathological, how readily they dismissed the words and experiences of their patients. It exposed a system more interested in fitting people into diagnostic boxes than in truly listening to them. A system where once you were labeled mentally ill, everything you did, every word, every action, every thought was seen through the lens of that diagnosis. But the consequences of the experiment went beyond mere embarrassment. It cast a dark shadow over psychiatric institutions, raising disturbing questions about how many genuinely sane people had been misdiagnosed, how many had been locked away, drugged, restrained, forgotten, how many people had been condemned as crazy simply because they were misunderstood, misheard, or misjudged. Today, the Rosenhan experiment stands as a haunting reminder of the power of labels, of how easily reality can be distorted by preconceived notions, of how terrifyingly fragile the line between sanity and madness truly is. And it forces us to confront a chilling question. If 8 perfectly sane people could be locked away and treated as lunatics based on nothing more than a few words, how many others are still trapped in the system, their cries for help dismissed as symptoms, their identities erased by a single, devastating label? And if you were in their place, how would you ever prove that you weren't crazy when no one believed you to begin with? Imagine being Harlow's surrogate mother experiment, a newborn, your eyes barely open, reaching out for warmth, for comfort, for the embrace of a mother. But instead of warm arms, you find cold, unyielding wire. Instead of soft skin, you feel metal rods pressing into your tiny hands. You cry, searching for love, for safety, for anything that feels familiar, but there is nothing. Just the cold, lifeless form of a wire mother. This is Harlow's surrogate mother experiment, a study that would reveal the devastating effects of maternal deprivation and the lengths to which a desperate mind will go to find comfort. In the 1950s, psychologist Harry Harlow set out to study the nature of love attachment and the maternal bond, but his methods were as ruthless as they were revealing. He separated newborn rhesus monkeys from their mothers at birth, placing them in cages with 2 artificial mothers. One was a wire frame that provided food through a feeding bottle. The other was a soft, cloth-covered form that offered no nourishment but felt warm and comforting. The goal was to see which mother the baby monkeys would choose, the one that fed them or the one that felt like a real mother. Harlow believed that the monkeys would gravitate toward the wire mother, the one that provided the essential nourishment they needed to survive. But what happened instead shocked him. Despite being hungry, despite the need for food, the baby monkeys clung desperately to the cloth mother. They nuzzled into its soft fabric, wrapped their tiny arms around it, pressed their faces against it as if it were a real living being. Even when the wire mother held the bottle, the monkeys would reach across to drink while still holding on to the cloth. Mother refusing to let go. To Harlow, the message was clear. Physical comfort and the feeling of security were more important than even basic survival needs. The monkeys weren't just seeking food, they were seeking love. They were seeking the warmth, the softness, the reassurance that they had lost when they were taken from their real mothers. But Harlow wasn't done. He wanted to see what would happen when the cloth mother was taken away, when the baby monkeys were left with nothing but the cold, unfilling wire. The results were devastating. The monkeys became anxious, frantic, rocking back and forth, clutching themselves, screaming for hours. Some refused to eat their tiny bodies, growing weaker by the day. Others became withdrawn, silent, their eyes staring blankly ahead, as though they had given up hope. Harlow watched as the monkeys' minds unraveled, as they spiraled into depression, despair, and psychosis. Without the cloth, Mother, without the feeling of warmth and safety, they were lost. They had nothing to cling to, nothing to hold on to, nothing to make them feel safe in a world that now seemed terrifyingly empty, but the worst was yet to come. Harlow wanted to see what would happen when these traumatized monkeys became parents themselves. Would they know how to care for their own offspring? Would they be able to show affection, to bond, to love? The answer was as heartbreaking as it was predictable. When the isolated monkeys were introduced to their own babies, they reacted with confusion, fear, even violence. Some ignored their infants completely, refusing to touch them, refusing to feed them. Others attacked their babies, biting them, hitting them, shaking them as though they were an enemy. The cycle of neglect and abuse continued, generation after generation, each new baby growing up without warmth, without comfort, without love. Harlow had proven his theory that maternal attachment was more than just a matter of food and survival. It was a matter of psychological and emotional stability, a foundation upon which all future relationships were built. Without it, the mind crumbled. Without it, the heart hardened. Without it, life became a hollow, empty shell, but at what cost? Harlow had taken innocent creatures and condemned them to a life of loneliness, fear, and psychological torment. He had deprived them of their mothers, their sense of safety, their very ability to feel love. And for what? A few academic papers, a few lines of data, a theory that should have been self-evident to anyone who had ever held a crying baby in their arms. Today, Harlow's surrogate mother experiment stands as one of the most infamous examples of psychological cruelty in the name of science. A haunting reminder of how easily compassion can be sacrificed for the sake of knowledge, how readily innocent lives can be destroyed to prove a point, and it forces us to confront a chilling question. If a mind can be broken so easily, if the mere absence of warmth and comfort can reduce a living being to a shell of itself, what does that say about us? How many of us are still clinging to the wrong things, desperately seeking comfort in places that will never give it? And what happens when we finally let go, when the cloth? Mother is taken away, and all that's left is the cold, unfeeling wire. Imagine the Good Samaritan experiment, rushing down a crowded street, your mind racing, your eyes darting from side to side. You're late for a speech, a presentation, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and then you see him, a man lying in the gutter, gasping for breath, clutching his chest, eyes wild with fear. You slow down, your heart pounding, a battle raging in your mind. Do you stop? Do you help, or do you keep walking, convincing yourself that someone else will do it? This is the Good Samaritan experiment, a chilling study that revealed just how easily people can ignore suffering when they're too wrapped up in their own lives. In 1973, social psychologists John Darley and Daniel Batson decided to test how situational factors could influence a person's willingness to help a stranger in need. They chose a group of seminary students, young men training to become priests, men who had devoted their lives to compassion, charity, and serving others. The perfect test subjects. The setup was deceptively simple. The students were told that they were going to give a speech in another building across campus. Some were told they had plenty of time to get there, that they could take their time, relax, no need to rush. Others were told that they were already late, that they had to hurry, that people were waiting for them, that they couldn't afford to waste a single second. But on the way to the other building, the students encountered a man slumped in a doorway, coughing, wheezing, clutching his chest, as though he were having a heart attack. He was an actor, planted by the researchers to see how many of the seminary students would stop to help. The results were startling. Of those who were told they had plenty of time, over 60% stopped to help the man. They knelt down, asked if he was okay, offered to call for help. But of those who were told they were late, that they had to hurry, that they couldn't waste a moment, only 10% stopped. Some of these students literally stepped over the man's body as they rushed to deliver a speech on, and here's the cruel irony, the parable of the Good Samaritan. They were about to give a talk about the importance of compassion, kindness, and helping those in need, and they couldn't even bring themselves to stop and help a man dying at their feet. Darley and Batson's experiment revealed a disturbing truth. It wasn't that the students were heartless or cruel. It wasn't that they didn't care. It was that they were too caught up in their own urgency, their own schedule, their own sense of importance to even see the suffering right in front of them. The findings were a sobering reminder of how easily empathy can be overridden by self-interest, how quickly the human mind can justify an action with excuses like, "I don't have time. Someone else will help. It's not my problem." But the implications went deeper. The study suggested that the very traits that make us good people, ambition, dedication, responsibility, could also blind us to the suffering of others. The more focused we become on our own goals, our own deadlines, our own success, the less we see the people lying in the gutter, the people crying out for help, the people whose lives are falling apart right before our eyes. Years later, when asked about the study, some of the participants expressed shock and guilt at their own behavior. "I can't believe I didn't stop." One said, "I was so focused on getting to the other building that I didn't even think about the man on the ground. I just stepped over him." But that's the thing about being human. We don't like to think of ourselves as unkind, unfeeling, indifferent. We like to believe that we would always do the right thing, that we would always be the hero in someone else's story. But the Good Samaritan experiment forces us to confront a darker truth, that even the best of us can walk right past suffering eyes, straight ahead, too consumed by our own lives to see the life slipping away right in front of us. Today, the Good Samaritan experiment stands as a chilling reminder of how easily we can lose sight of our humanity in the hustle and bustle of everyday life, and it forces us to ask a haunting question. If you were walking down that street, if you saw that man lying in the gutter, gasping for breath, clutching his chest, would you stop? Would you help, or would you keep walking, telling yourself that you're too busy, too important, too pressed for time to get involved? And if you did, what kind of person would that make you imagine sitting alone in a room, a small mirror placed in front of you, a pencil held the facial feedback, hypothesis experiment between your teeth, forcing your lips into a ridiculous, exaggerated grin? You look at your reflection, feeling nothing but discomfort and confusion, but as the minutes pass, something strange begins to happen. Your heart rate slows, your breathing steadies. The corners of your eyes relax. Despite yourself, you feel a slight lift in your mood, as if the forced smile is seeping into your brain, convincing it that you're happy even when you're not. This is the facial feedback hypothesis experiment, a study that would reveal just how easily our faces can deceive our minds, how a simple smile can be used as a weapon against our own emotions. In 1988, psychologists Fritz Strack, Leonard Martin, and Sabine Stepper devised a deceptively simple study to test the connection between facial expressions and emotional states. The setup was absurd. Participants were asked to hold a pencil in their mouths in two different ways, one that forced them to smile and one that prevented them from smiling. They were then shown a series of cartoons and asked to rate how funny they found them. The results were astonishing. Those who were forced to smile rated the cartoons as significantly funnier than those who couldn't smile. The mere act of arranging their facial muscles into a grin, even an artificial one, was enough to trick their brains into feeling happier, more amused, more positive. But the implications of the study went far beyond a few silly cartoons. If a forced smile could create feelings of happiness, what could a forced frown do? Could it make you feel sad, angry, defeated? Could it turn a good day into a bad one, simply by shifting the muscles around your mouth? Subsequent studies took the experiment even further, exploring how different facial expressions could influence not just mood, but perception, memory, and decision-making. Participants who were made to furrow their brows reported feeling more anxious, more suspicious, more critical of the people around them. Those who were made to scowl became more aggressive, more impatient, more prone to lashing out. The findings were clear. Our faces weren't just passive reflections of our emotions. They were active participants feeding signals back to the brain, altering the way we felt, thought, and behaved. The smile on our lips could convince us that we were happy even when our hearts were breaking. The furrow in our brow could convince us that we were angry even when we had no reason to be. Our faces were not just mirrors. They were manipulators, shaping our reality, bending our perceptions, controlling our minds. But the darker implications of the facial feedback hypothesis went largely unnoticed. If our faces could be used to influence our emotions, could they also be used to manipulate them? Could a forced smile be used as a tool of control, a way to suppress anger, to stifle dissent, to keep people passive, compliant, docile? In some workplaces, employees were instructed to put on a happy face, to greet every customer with a smile, to maintain a cheerful demeanor no matter how they really felt. Retail workers, flight attendants, call center operators, all were expected to hide their true emotions behind a mask of forced positivity. And as the studies showed, that mask wasn't just affecting how others perceived them, it was affecting how they perceived themselves. Forcing a smile day after day, hour after hour, could create a disconnect between what you felt and what you expressed. A cognitive dissonance that could lead to emotional numbness, burnout, even depression. You could be drowning in debt, struggling to keep your head above water, dying inside. But as long as your lips were curved into that empty, artificial grin, you were telling your brain that everything was fine, that you were happy, that there was no reason to feel what you were actually feeling years later. Fritz Straw would attempt to replicate his original study, but the results were inconsistent. Critics claimed that the effects of facial feedback were overstated, that the original findings had been exaggerated, that the entire concept was little more than a psychological illusion. But whether or not the pencil in the mouth study was flawed, the underlying message remained chillingly relevant today. The facial feedback hypothesis serves as a haunting reminder of how easily our minds can be tricked by our own bodies, how quickly a forced smile can turn into a mask that we can't take off, how readily we can become prisoners of our own faces, trapped in expressions that don't match the truth of what we're feeling inside. And it forces us to ask a haunting question: if our faces can lie to our minds, if a simple smile can convince us that we're happy when we're not, what else can we be made to believe? How many of us are still holding that pencil between our teeth, grinning through the pain, pretending that everything is fine, when the truth is so much darker, so much heavier, so much harder to bear? And if we took the pencil away, if we let our faces show what we were really feeling, would we even recognize the person staring back at us in the mirror? Imagine sitting, the Ash conformity experiment, in a room with 8 other people, all of them strangers, all of them perfectly calm, their eyes fixed on a series of lines drawn on a whiteboard. The lines are simple, just black marks of varying lengths. You're asked a simple question: which of these lines matches the reference line? The answer is obvious. It's line A. Anyone can see that. But when the first person speaks, they say line B. The second person says line B. The third person, the fourth, the fifth, all say line B. And now it's your turn. You know they're wrong. You know the answer is line A, but everyone else said line B. Do you stick to what you know is true, or do you go along with the crowd? This is the Ash conformity experiment, a chilling study that revealed how easily our perceptions can be bent, twisted, and manipulated by the pressure to conform. In 1951, psychologist Solomon Asch set out to test how much social pressure could influence a person's perception. He brought together groups of 8 college students, all of them seated around a table, all of them shown a series of lines of varying lengths. Each participant was asked to identify which line matched the reference line. It was a simple task, a task anyone could easily get right, but there was a catch. Only one participant was the true subject of the study. The other 7 were actors, instructed to give the wrong answer on certain trials. The real participant was always seated last or second to last, forced to listen as person after person gave the same clearly incorrect response. The question was simple: would the real participants stick to what they knew was true, or would they conform to the majority even when the majority was clearly wrong? The results were unsettling. On average, 75% of participants conformed to the group's incorrect answer at least once, despite knowing it was wrong. Some went along with the group out of fear of standing out, of looking foolish, of being the odd one out. Others began to doubt their own senses, wondering if they were missing something, if maybe the group was right after all. When asked why they conformed, most participants admitted that they had known the answer was wrong, but had gone along with the group anyway. "I didn't want to cause trouble," one said. "I didn't want to look stupid," and said another. The fear of isolation, of being the outsider, of standing alone against the group, was so powerful that it overrode their own perception, their own judgment. their own reality. But the real horror of the Ash experiment wasn't just that people conformed to the group. It was how easily they did it, how quickly they abandoned their own senses, their own minds, their own truth, just to fit in. And it wasn't just the pressure of the group that caused them to conform. It was the belief that the group must be right, that if so many people agreed on something, it couldn't possibly be wrong. Imagine the implications. If people could be made to doubt something as simple as the length of a line, what else could they be made to doubt their memories, their beliefs, their morals? If the majority said that black was white, that up was down, that right was wrong, how many of us would go along with it? How many of us would start to question our own senses, our own minds, our own grasp on reality years later? Ash's findings would be used to explain everything from cult behavior to mob mentality to political propaganda. The more people who believe a lie, the more likely we are to believe it too. The more voices repeating the same falsehood, the more credible it seems, and the more we conform, the less we question, the less we think, the less we see. Today, the Ash conformity experiment stands as a chilling reminder of how fragile our grip on reality can be, how easily we can be swayed by the group, how quickly we can lose ourselves in the collective voice of the crowd, and it forces us to ask a haunting question. If you were in that room staring at those lines, listening to person after person give the wrong answer, what would you do? Would you speak up? Would you hold firm, or would you surrender to the crowd, convincing yourself that you must be wrong, that they must be right, that the truth, is just a trick of the mind? And if we're so willing to conform in something as trivial as the length of a line, what else are we willing to surrender our values, our beliefs, our sense of right and wrong? And if we do, will we even notice when the world around us starts to shift, when the lies start to sound like truth, when the crowd becomes our only compass, our only guide, our only reality? Imagine being a child. The Monster Study Experiment, extended version, barely old enough to read, sitting in a small, dimly lit room while an adult looms over you, eyes cold and unblinking. Say it again. The adult demands. You try to speak, but your words stumble, falter, break apart like fragile glass. See, the adult says, voice dripping with disdain. You can't even talk right. You sound ridiculous. You lower your eyes, cheeks burning with shame, heart pounding with fear. This is the Monster Study, a psychological experiment that would not only destroy a child's confidence, but leave scars that would last a lifetime. In 1939, Wendell Johnson, a speech pathologist at the University of Iowa, became obsessed with the idea that stuttering wasn't a neurological defect, but a learned behavior. He wanted to prove that stuttering could be induced, that children could be made to believe they were broken, and that belief alone would be enough to shatter their ability to speak. To test his theory, he chose 22 orphans, children, who had already been dealt a cruel hand in life, children who had no one to protect them. The children were divided into two groups. The first group was praised, encouraged, told that they spoke perfectly, that they were smart, articulate, and capable. They were given positive reinforcement, told that they were destined for greatness. The second group, the unlucky ones, were subjected to a psychological assault that would haunt them for decades. Day after day, the children in the second group were told that they had speech defects, that they were developing a stutter, that their words were jumbled, clumsy, and embarrassing. Even when they spoke clearly, the researchers would shake their heads, frown, and tell them to try again, but this time without sounding like a fool. Every word they said was scrutinized, criticized, mocked. Imagine being 8 years old and being told that the very act of speaking something you had done effortlessly all your life was now a source of shame. Imagine trying to say your own name and being told that you were doing it wrong, that your words were wrong, that you were wrong. The children became anxious, self-conscious, afraid to open their mouths. Their hands shook, their eyes darted around the room, searching for reassurance that never came. Some of the children who had never stuttered before began to stumble over their words. Others became so anxious that they stopped speaking altogether, retreating into a shell of silence. The fear of being ridiculed, of being labeled stupid, became a prison they couldn't escape. And all the while, the researchers watched, took notes, documented every stammer, every pause, every tremor in their voices. For some of the children, the experiment ended when the study concluded. For others, it never ended. Decades later, when the experiment was finally exposed, some of the victims came forward, their voices still quivering with the same insecurity that had been planted in them as children. They described how they had grown up unable to speak in public, unable to make eye contact, unable to trust their own voices. One woman, who had been just 5 years old during the study, said that she had lived her entire life with a knot of fear in her throat, a fear that she would be judged, ridiculed, humiliated every time she opened her mouth. "I still hear their voices," she said, eyes filling with tears. "I still hear them telling me that I'm not good enough." Wendell Johnson never apologized to him. The children were just data points, just pieces of a puzzle, just sacrifices on the altar of his theory. He had proven that stuttering could be induced through psychological manipulation, that fear and shame could a child's ability to speak, that words could be wielded like weapons. But at what cost? Today, the monster study is considered one of the darkest chapters in the history of psychology, a chilling reminder of how easily children can be manipulated, how quickly confidence can be destroyed, how thoroughly a single cruel sentence can reshape a mind, and it forces us to confront a haunting question. If a few words can turn a child into a stutterer, what else can words do? How many of us are still carrying the weight of words spoken decades ago? Words that were never meant to wound, but left scars anyway. And if those words were whispered into our ears when we were too young to understand, too young to defend ourselves, too young to fight back, are we ever truly free from them? Or are we all just children sitting alone in that dark room, waiting for someone to tell us that we're finally good enough? Imagine being locked in a dark, damp cell. The walls are the Stanford Prison Experiment, extended version, lined with metal bars, the floor cold and unforgiving. You're not a criminal. You're not even a prisoner. You're a college student who signed up for a psychology study, expecting to make some quick cash over a weekend, but now you're screaming, crying, begging for mercy. You pound on the cell door, shouting, "I want out, I want out," but the guards just laugh, telling you to shut up, calling you names, taunting you like you're nothing. This is the Stanford Prison Experiment, a psychological study that would reveal the terrifying ease with which ordinary people could become monsters. In 1971, Dr. Philip Zimbardo, a psychology professor at Stanford University, set out to study how power dynamics could corrupt even the most ordinary people. He recruited 24 college students, all young, all mentally stable. Half were assigned to play the role of guards. The other half became prisoners. The basement of the Stanford Psychology Building was converted into a makeshift prison, complete with cells, barred doors, and surveillance cameras. What started as a controlled study quickly devolved into a psychological nightmare. The guards, dressed in military-style uniforms and mirrored sunglasses, were given absolute power over the prisoners, and they wielded that power mercilessly. They screamed at the prisoners, forced them to strip naked, deprived them of food and sleep, and made them clean toilets with their bare hands. The prisoners, meanwhile, became shells of their former selves. They stopped using their names, referring to themselves only by the numbers assigned to them. They huddled in their cells, rocking back and forth, eyes, hollow voices trembling. They began to believe they were criminals, that they deserved the abuse, that they were less than human. One prisoner, known only as 8612, suffered a complete mental breakdown just 36 hours into the study. He screamed, sobbed, begged to be released. "I can't take it anymore," he shouted, pounding his fists against the walls. The guards just laughed. Zimbardo, playing the role of prison superintendent, refused to intervene. He had become too engrossed in his own study, too blind to the suffering he was causing. For 6 days, the abuse escalated. The guards became more sadistic, more ruthless, more monstrous. They locked prisoners in solitary confinement for hours on end. They forced them to clean toilets with their bare hands. They made them simulate sexual acts as a form of humiliation. The line between role-playing and reality blurred until it was impossible to tell who was really in control. When the experiment finally ended, Zimbardo defended his actions, insisting that he had revealed the darkness that lurks within all of us, that he had proven how easily power could corrupt, how quickly ordinary people could become monsters. But the damage was done. The participants, both guards and prisoners, were left haunted, their minds scarred by the horrors they had inflicted and endured years later. Some of the former guards expressed shame and disbelief at their own behavior. "I can't believe what I did." Or one said, "I treated those guys like animals." And for what a psychology study, some of the prisoners, meanwhile, continued to suffer from nightmares, flashbacks, and crippling anxiety. They couldn't shake the feeling that they were still trapped in that basement, still being watched, still being controlled. Today, the Stanford prison experiment stands as a haunting reminder of how easily power can corrupt, how quickly good people can turn into villains, how readily we can lose ourselves when given a badge, a uniform, and permission to be cruel, and it forces us to confront a terrifying question. If you were in that basement, if you were given a guard's uniform and absolute power over another human being, what would you do? Would you maintain your humanity, or would you become the monster you never thought you could be? If you're still here, still listening, still questioning what you would have done in that basement, make sure you subscribe so you don't miss the next session, because the human mind is a dark, twisted place, and we're only just beginning to scratch the surface. Imagine being a child. Barely the Baby, Albert follow-up experiment, old enough to speak lying in a crib, staring up at a ceiling you don't recognize. The room is unfamiliar. The faces around you are strange. You're crying, reaching out, desperate for comfort, for warmth, for the mother you can no longer remember, but no one comes. No one holds you. No one soothes you. This is the aftermath of the little Albert experiment, a psychological study that turned a baby into a symbol of fear, then abandoned him to a life of uncertainty, confusion, and unrelenting terror. 1920. Psychologist John B. Watson and his assistant Rosalie Renier conducted one of the most infamous experiments in the history of psychology. They conditioned a 9-month-old baby named Albert to fear a harmless white rat by pairing the rat with a loud, terrifying noise. Over time, Albert's fear generalized to anything white and fluffy: rabbits, dogs, Santa Claus masks, even cotton balls. The baby's innocent world had been transformed into a minefield of terror, but what happened after the experiment ended? What became of the child whose mind had been twisted into a web of irrational fears? Watson and Renner never bothered to decondition Albert. They never attempted to undo the psychological damage they had inflicted. They simply walked away, leaving the child to fend for himself. For decades, Albert's identity remained a mystery. He was nothing more than a footnote in a psychology textbook, a nameless, faceless victim of academic ambition. But in the early 2000s, researchers set out to uncover the truth. They combed through hospital records, birth certificates, death certificates, anything that might lead them to the real little Albert. Their search led them to a child named Douglas Merritt. Douglas had been born at the same hospital where the experiment was conducted, and his mother had worked as a wet nurse, making him the perfect candidate for Watson's study. But the truth was even darker than anyone could have imagined. Douglas wasn't just a healthy baby subjected to a cruel experiment. He was a sickly, developmentally delayed child who suffered from severe neurological impairments. Watson had chosen him precisely because he was vulnerable, because he couldn't fight back, because his mother was poor and desperate and in no position to refuse. After the experiment ended, Douglas's life took a tragic turn. His mother struggled to care for him, unable to cope with his increasing fearfulness, his constant crying, his inability to bond with other children. Douglas's fear of anything white and fluffy persisted, turning even ordinary objects into sources of terror. He flinched at the sight of rabbits, screamed. At the sight of Santa Claus, cowered. Whenever someone handed him a stuffed toy, the fear Watson had implanted in his mind had taken root, growing stronger, deeper, darker as the years passed. And then, at the age of 6, Douglas died of hydrophilus, a condition that causes fluid to accumulate in the brain, leading to severe neurological damage. Watson never acknowledged the harm he had caused. He went on to become a successful advertising executive, using the same conditioning techniques he had perfected on Albert to manipulate consumers into buying products. He never apologized, never expressed remorse, never admitted that he had destroyed a child's life in the name of science. Today, the little Albert experiment is viewed as a chilling reminder of how easily science can become a weapon, how quickly curiosity can turn to cruelty, how readily a child's mind can be shattered by someone with power and ambition, and it forces us to confront a haunting question. If a baby can be conditioned to fear the very things that once brought him comfort, a rabbit, a dog, a toy, what else can we be conditioned to fear? How many of us are still carrying the ghosts of fears implanted in us? As children, fears we never asked for, fears we never deserved. Imagine sitting in a small the Landis facial expression, experiment sterile room, bright lights glaring down at you, a camera pointed at your face. A man stands over you, holding a clipboard, his expression blank, his eyes cold. "We need to see how you really feel," he says. "We need to capture your true emotions." He tells you to smile, to frown, to look surprised, disgusted, afraid. You try your best, contorting your face into the expressions he demands. But then he places a live rat in your hands and hands you a knife. "Decapitate it," he says. This is the Landis facial expression. Experiment. A study that would reveal how easily morality can be overridden by authority, how quickly a person can be convinced to betray their own conscience. As in 1924, psychologist Carney Landis was fascinated by the concept of universal facial expressions. He wanted to know if people displayed the same facial expressions in response to different emotions: joy, fear, disgust, surprise. He recruited a group of college students, placed them in a small, brightly lit room, and painted black lines across their faces to better capture their expressions. The first part of the experiment was straightforward. Landis asked the participants to make faces that corresponded to specific emotions: a smile for happiness, a grimace for disgust, wide eyes for fear. But the second part was something else entirely. Landis wanted to elicit genuine, unfiltered emotional reactions. So he subjected his participants to a series of increasingly disturbing stimuli. They were shown pornographic images, exposed to foul smells, made to touch raw, slimy frog intestines. Landis watched their faces, snapping photographs of every flinch, every grimace, every twitch of discomfort, but it wasn't enough. Landis wanted to see something truly visceral, something raw, something real, so he handed each participant a live rat and a large knife. "Decapitate it," he said, "for science." Some of the participants hesitated, their hands shaking, their eyes wide with disbelief. They looked around the room, searching for some indication that this was a joke, that they weren't really expected to kill a living creature. But Landis remained expressionless. Clipboard in hand, camera poised to capture every flicker of emotion. One by one, the students complied. Some closed their eyes, gritting their teeth as they brought the knife down. Some sobbed as they cut through flesh and bone, their faces contorted in horror, disgusted, self-loathing. Others couldn't do it, their hands freezing midair, unable to bring themselves to commit the act. But Landis didn't care. He simply took the knife, decapitated the rat himself, and moved on to the next participant. When the experiment ended, Landis examined the photographs, searching for patterns, for similarities, for universal expressions of fear, disgust, and horror, but he found none. The expressions were all over the place. Some grimaced in fear, others in sadness, others in anger or confusion. Landis had proven nothing except that people could be convinced to do horrific things under the guise of science. Years later, some of the participants spoke out about the trauma they experienced. They described feeling trapped, powerless, coerced into committing acts that violated their moral codes, acts they never thought themselves capable of. They spoke of sleepless nights, of images of blood and bone flashing through their minds, of the overwhelming sense of shame that lingered long after the experiment was over. Landis never apologized. To him, the participants were just data points, just subjects in a study, just faces frozen in time. He had failed to find the universal facial expressions he was searching for, but he had discovered something far more chilling: how easily a person's moral compass can be overridden by the words for science. Today, the land's facial expression experiment stands as a haunting reminder of how readily we can be manipulated into acts of cruelty, how quickly we can be convinced to do the unthinkable when someone in authority assures us it's for the greater good, and it forces us to confront a terrifying question. If a man in a white coat told you to kill a defenseless creature, if he told you it was necessary, if he told you it was for science, would you do it? Would you raise the knife? Would you close your eyes and try to forget? Or would you refuse, even as everyone around you watched, even as the man with the clipboard wrote your name down as a failure, a coward, a subject who refused to comply? And if you did refuse, would you be strong enough to live with the consequences? Or would you still hear the sound of the knife slicing through bone? Still feel the weight of the rat in your hands? Still see your own face frozen in time, forever captured in a photograph that no one will ever see? Imagine being led into a stark, fluorescent lit room A, the obedience to authority revisited experiment. Man in a white lab coat greets you, clipboard in hand, his expression unreadable. We're conducting a study on memory and learning, he says, handing you a stack of papers. Your job is to administer electric shocks to the person in the next room whenever they answer a question incorrectly. The shocks will increase in intensity with each wrong answer. You hesitate, glancing through the glass window at the man in the other room, a man with wires strapped to his arms, his eyes darting nervously. Are the shocks real? You ask. The man in the lab coat doesn't blink. The experiment requires you to continue, he says. This is the obedience to authority experiment, a chilling modern-day recreation of the infamous Milgram study, a study that would reveal just how little we have learned since the 1960s. In the decades following Stanley Milgram's original experiment, psychologists have revisited the concept of obedience to authority, conducting new studies to see whether people today would still inflict pain on a stranger just because an authority figure told them to. The results were as haunting as they were predictable. In 2009, a French reality TV show called The Game of Death recreated Milgram's experiment, disguising it as a game show where contestants were instructed to deliver electric shocks to another contestant whenever they gave a wrong answer. The audience cheered, the lights flashed, the host urged them on. The contestants screamed in agony, begged for mercy, cried out for help, but the man in the booth with the lever kept pushing the button. Over 80% of the participants delivered the maximum shock just as they had in Milgram's original study. The only difference was that this time, they weren't obeying a scientist, they were obeying a television producer, but it wasn't just in France. In the United States, researchers conducted a series of follow-up studies using modern technology. Participants were placed in a room with a computer screen that displayed the learner a pre-recorded video of a man being shocked for incorrect answers. Even though the participants knew it was a simulation, even though they were told the man wasn't real, they still hesitated, their fingers trembling over the shock button, their eyes darting nervously around the room. The experiment requires you to continue, the voice on the screen said, and most of them did. The studies revealed a disturbing truth. The presence of authority, whether in the form of a scientist, a TV producer, or a pre-recorded voice, was still powerful enough to override empathy, morality, and basic human decency. People were still willing to harm others, still willing to inflict pain, still willing to suspend their own sense of right and wrong, just because someone in a position of power told them to. But why? What was it about authority that made people so willing to surrender their own judgment? Psychologists offered several explanations. Some argued that it was a matter of shifting responsibility, that by following orders, the participant could convince themselves that they weren't really to blame, that they were just a cog in a machine, that the person giving the orders was the real culprit. Others suggested that it was a matter of conformity, that once one person obeyed, the others would follow like sheep to the slaughter. The most chilling explanation came from those who had actually participated in the studies. "I didn't want to hurt him," again, one man said, "but the guy in the lab coat told me to, and I figured he knew what he was doing." Another participant, a woman in her 50s, broke down sobbing after delivering the final shock, clutching her hands to her chest as if trying to contain the guilt. "I kept telling myself it wasn't real," she said, "but it felt real, and I just kept pressing the button." What McGrahm once said, that the most terrifying aspect of his experiment wasn't that people obeyed. It was how easily they obeyed, how quickly they abandoned their own morality, how readily they handed over their free will to a man in a white coat. And as the modern-day studies have shown, nothing has changed. We are still just as susceptible to authority, just as willing to inflict pain, just as capable of convincing ourselves that we're not to blame, that we're just following orders, that the man in the white coat must know what he's doing. Today, the obedience to authority studies serve as a chilling reminder of how easily we can be manipulated, how quickly we can become instruments of cruelty, how readily we can transform from ordinary people into agents of suffering, and it forces us to confront a haunting question. If a man in a white coat told you to hurt someone, if he told you it was necessary, if he assured you that you wouldn't be held responsible, would you do it? Would you press the button? Would you watch as the man on the other side of the glass screamed in agony? Why his cries echoing through the room, his voice growing weaker with each shock? And if you did, what would that make you, a victim of authority or a monster in a white coat? Imagine being 12 years old, standing in the middle of a forest with a group of boys you barely know, your fists. Are the robbers' cave experiment, extended version, clenched your jaw tight, your eyes fixed on the other group, boys just like you, boys. You used to laugh and play with boys who are now your enemies. The tension is thick, the air heavy with anger, distrust, hatred. You don't remember when it started, but you know it has to end. You know someone has to pay. This is the robber's cave experiment. a study that not only manufactured hatred, but left scars that would never fully heal. In 1954, social psychologist Muzafer Sheriff orchestrated a study designed to explore how easily conflict could be created between groups. He chose Robbers Cave State Park in Oklahoma as the perfect isolated setting. He recruited 22 boys, all from similar backgrounds, white middle class, well-adjusted. None of them knew each other. None of them knew what was coming. Sheriff divided the boys into two groups, the Rattlers and the Eagles, and kept them separate for the first week. During that time, each group bonded, forming tight-knit units, developing group identities, creating team names, chants, and rituals. The Rattlers saw themselves as tough, fearless, dominant. The Eagles saw themselves as honorable, loyal, and principled. They were just boys playing games, swimming, telling ghost stories around the campfire. They felt safe. They felt like they belonged, but then Sheriff introduced the competition phase. The two groups were brought together and pitted against each other in a series of contests. Tug-of-war baseball, capture the flag, the prize trophies, medals, bragging rights, the cost, everything they had built during that first week. The game started innocently enough, but Sheriff knew what he was doing. He was planting seeds of resentment, of anger, of distrust, and soon those seeds began to grow. The Rattlers accused the Eagles of cheating. The Eagles accused the Rattlers of being bullies. Insults flew back and forth like weapons. Shoves turned into punches. Boys who had once shared meals and laughs now avoided each other, glaring from across the camp, plotting revenge. But Sheriff wasn't done. He wanted more conflict. He sabotaged the camp's water supply, telling each group that the other was responsible. He stole food from the Rattlers and left it in the Eagles' cabin. He spread rumors, whispered. Lies stoked the flames of hatred, and the boys took the bait. One night, the Rattlers raided the Eagles' cabin, tearing it apart, stealing their possessions, leaving taunting notes scrolled across the walls. The Eagles retaliated, ambushing the Rattlers, throwing mud and rocks, screaming obscenities. What had started as a simple game had spiraled into a full-blown war, but the worst was yet to come. When Sheriff finally revealed that the entire conflict had been orchestrated, that they had been manipulated, that their hatred had been manufactured, the boys were devastated. Some cried, some screamed, some refused to believe it, insisting that the other group really had stolen from them, really had cheated, really had betrayed them. Sheriff tried to resolve the conflict by forcing the boys to work together on a series of staged crises, repairing a water tank, pulling a stuck truck out of a ditch. And while some of the boys managed to put aside their differences, others couldn't. The anger, the resentment, the betrayal ran too deep. When the experiment ended, Sheriff claimed victory, insisting that he had proven his theory that conflict could be artificially created and resolved through cooperation. But he failed to acknowledge the psychological damage he had inflicted. He failed to see the haunted look in the boys' eyes, the clenched fists, the distrust that lingered long after the staged crises were over. Years later, some of the participants spoke about the experiment, describing how it had changed them, how it had made them suspicious of others, how it had taught them to distrust even those they considered friends. "I was 12 years old," one of them said. "I thought I was going to summer camp. I didn't know I was being used as a lab rat." Like today, the Robbers Cave experiment stands as a haunting reminder of how easily division can be manufactured, how quickly trust can be shattered, how thoroughly hatred can be implanted in even the most innocent of minds. And it forces us to confront a chilling question. If a group of boys can be turned into enemies in just a few days, what about the rest of us? How many of our own conflicts, our own grudges, our own hatreds were planted by someone else, someone with an agenda, someone who wanted to see us fight? And if those conflicts were manufactured, if those grudges were staged, if those hatreds were planted like seeds in the dark, how do we ever find our way back to peace? How do we ever look at the people we once called friends without seeing enemies? Instead, imagine sitting in a room, a plain, windowless room with fluorescent, the quiet rage experiment. Revisited, lights buzzing overhead. You're surrounded by people you once trusted, people you called friends, people you laughed with, people you shared secrets with, but now they're all staring at you, eyes cold, jaws clenched, expressions blank, and one by one they start to speak. "You're a liar," one of them says. "You betrayed me," says another. "You don't deserve to be here," says a third. You try to defend yourself, but your words catch in your throat. You don't know what you did wrong. You don't know why they're turning on you. This is the quiet rage, a psychological study that would reveal just how easily people could be convinced to betray each other for the slightest promise of a reward. The original quiet rage experiment was a simple setup. Participants were brought into a room and given a list of names. Some of the names belonged to friends, some to acquaintances, some to strangers. The researchers then told them that they could earn rewards, money, food privileges by providing information about the people on the list. The information didn't have to be true, it just had to be convincing. At first, the participants hesitated. They didn't want to betray their friends, didn't want to lie, didn't want to become snitches. But as the hours dragged on and the pressure mounted, the promises of rewards became more tempting. Some participants began to speak, giving up small pieces of information, things they thought were harmless, things they thought wouldn't really hurt anyone. But as the rewards increased, so did the lies. Soon participants were making up stories, accusing their friends of things they had never done, spinning elaborate tales of betrayal and deceit. "I heard he was stealing food," one said. "She told me she was going to run away," said another. The lies piled up, the accusations grew more intense. The room filled with tension as the participants turned on each other, each trying to outdo the other in their desperation for approval, for recognition, for a few scraps of reward. The researchers watched as the participants unraveled, as friendships crumbled, as trust was shattered. They watched as people who had once been close became enemies, glaring at each other across the room, eyes filled with suspicion, voices tinged with contempt. And then, without warning, the researchers revealed the truth. There were no rewards. There had never been any rewards. The entire experiment had been a lie, a manipulation, a cruel game designed to see how quickly people could be convinced to betray each other. For nothing, some of the participants broke down in tears, horrified by what they had done, unable to believe how easily they had turned on their friends. Others lashed out at the researchers, fists clenched, voices shaking, demanding to know why they had been manipulated, why they had been made to feel like traitors, like monsters, like people they no longer recognized. But the researchers were unmoved. They claimed that they had proven their point, that people could be convinced to betray their friends with nothing more than the suggestion of a reward, that trust was a fragile illusion, that morality was a thin veneer that could be stripped away with the slightest push. Years later, some of the participants described how the quiet rage experiment had changed them, how it had made them paranoid, distrustful, suspicious of everyone around them. "I lost friends that day," one participant said. "People I cared about, people I would have done anything for, and now I can't even look them in the eye." Another participant described how the experiment had left her questioning her own morality, her own sense of self. "I always thought of myself as a good person," she said. "Someone who would never betray a friend, someone who would never lie. But that day I did things I can't forgive myself for. And for what? For nothing, for a promise that was never real. Today, the quiet rage stands as a chilling reminder of how easily we can be manipulated, how quickly we can be turned against the people we love, how readily we can be convinced to abandon our morals for a few scraps of approval, a few whispered promises, a few empty rewards, and it forces us to confront a haunting question. If someone told you that you could earn something valuable by betraying a friend, by telling a lie, by planting a seed of suspicion, would you do it? Would you give in to the pressure? Would you convince yourself that it was justified, that it was harmless, that it was just a game? And if you did, how would you feel when the truth came out, when the rewards evaporated, when the people you once called friends turned their backs on you forever? And would you even recognize yourself in the end? Or would you still be sitting in that room, staring into the faces of the people you once trusted, trying to remember what it felt like to be good, to be kind, to be son worth believing in? Imagine sitting, the Delboeuf illusion experiment, at a table staring down at two identical plates of food. The portions are exactly the same size, same weight, same number of bites. But one plate is small, the food piled high, the edges brimming over. The other plate is large, the food spread thin, almost lost in the vast white space. You're asked to choose which plate holds more food. Without even thinking, you point to the smaller plate. It looks fuller, heavier, more satisfying. But you're wrong. This is the Delboeuf illusion, a psychological trick that reveals just how easily our minds can be fooled, how quickly our perceptions can be manipulated, how readily we can be convinced to believe a lie. In the late 1800s, Belgian psychologist Joseph Delboeuf conducted a series of experiments to explore how context and surrounding visual cues could distort our perception. He started with simple circles. One black circle surrounded by a thin ring, the other by a thicker ring. The circles were the same size, but people consistently perceived the one with the thinner ring as larger. It was a simple optical illusion, a visual trick, but Delboeuf had only scratched the surface. Decades later, researchers decided to take the Delboeuf illusion to the next level. They swapped circles for plates, lines for food, and in doing so uncovered a dark, disturbing truth about how easily our perceptions could be manipulated, how readily we could be convinced to eat more or less simply by changing the size of a plate. In one study, participants were given identical servings of food, but on different sized plates. Some plates were large with vast empty white space, around the food, making the portions appear small and unsatisfying. Other plates were small, with the food piled high, nearly spilling over the edges, creating the illusion of abundance. The results were shocking. Participants who ate from the larger plates consistently reported feeling less full, less satisfied, less nourished. They went back for seconds, thirds, more and more. Food convinced that they hadn't eaten enough. Those who ate from the smaller plates, however, reported feeling full even when they had eaten less. The illusion of abundance tricked their brains into thinking they had consumed more than they actually had. But the implications of the Delboeuf illusion went far beyond plates of food. Marketers, advertisers, and restaurant owners soon caught on using the illusion to their advantage, manipulating portion sizes, plate designs, even packaging, to influence how much we eat, how much we buy, how much we believe we need. Fast food chains began serving meals in smaller containers, making portions appear larger, more satisfying, more worth the money. Grocery stores started packaging snacks in oversized boxes, creating the illusion of abundance, convincing shoppers to buy more, to eat more, to consume more. But the most chilling application of the Delboeuf illusion came in the realm of diet culture. Weight loss programs, detox plans, and portion control products began exploiting the illusion to convince people that they were eating more than they actually were, that they were fuller than they actually felt, that they were satisfied, when in reality, they were starving. In one particularly disturbing study, dieters were given portion control plates designed to create the illusion of fullness with smaller servings. The plates were tiny, with thick rims and small recess centers, making even the smallest amount of food appear substantial. Participants reported feeling full after eating from the plates until they stepped off the scale and realized they had lost weight, not because they had eaten less, but because they had been tricked into thinking they were full. Years later, some of those participants would speak out, describing how the Delboeuf illusion had warped their perception of hunger, how they had become obsessed with tiny portions, tiny plates, tiny meals, how they had lost the ability to trust their own bodies, their own hunger, cues, their own sense of fullness. Today, the Delboeuf illusion serves as a chilling reminder of how easily our minds can be manipulated, how readily our perceptions can be distorted, how quickly we can be convinced to believe that less is more, that enough is never enough, that the empty space around us is a void we must fill even when we're already full, and it forces us to confront a haunting question. How much of what we see is real, and how much is an illusion? How often are we being tricked into wanting more, consuming more, buying more simply because someone has changed the size of a plate, the shape of a package, the thickness of a line? And if our own eyes can betray us so easily, what else are we seeing that isn't really there? What else are we consuming that we don't really need? And how many of us are still staring down at empty plates, empty bowls, empty lives, convinced that we are starving, when in reality we are already full? Imagine stepping onto the factory floor, the air thick with the smell of grease and metal, the clang of the Hawthorne effect, experiment machines echoing through the room. You're just another worker, another pair of hands on the assembly line, another cog in the industrial machine. But today, something feels different. You glance around and notice men in suits, clipboards in hand, their eyes fixed on you, watching your every move. They nod, scribble notes, whisper to each other, and without even thinking, you start working faster, moving quicker, standing up straighter. You don't know why, you just feel like you have to. This is the Hawthorne effect, a psychological phenomenon that would reveal how easily human behavior can be altered by the mere act of being watched. In the 1920s, researchers at the Western Electric Company's Hawthorne Works in Chicago set out to study how environmental changes like lighting and work conditions affected worker productivity. They began by increasing the lighting levels in one section of the factory. As the lights got brighter, productivity increased. Workers moved faster, made fewer mistakes, produced more units. Satisfied with their findings, the researchers decided to lower the lights back to their original levels, expecting productivity to drop. But to their surprise, productivity didn't decrease. It had increased again. The workers kept pushing themselves, kept working harder, kept producing more. The researchers were baffled. If the lighting levels didn't explain the increase in productivity, what did they? Decided to experiment further, changing one variable after another, adjusting break times, altering work hours, introducing rest periods. Each time they made a change, productivity increased, and each time they reversed the change, productivity increased again. It was as if the workers were responding not to the physical changes, but to something else entirely, something invisible, something psychological. The researchers soon realized what it was. The workers weren't reacting to the changes themselves. They were reacting to the fact that they were being observed, studied, scrutinized. They were working harder because they felt watched, because they felt important, because they believed that their performance was being evaluated. The simple act of being observed had altered their behavior, creating an artificial boost in productivity that had nothing to do with lighting levels or break times. But the implications of the Hawthorne effect went far beyond factory floors and productivity studies. If people could be made to work harder just by being watched, what else could they be convinced to do? Decades later, researchers would revisit the Hawthorne effect in new contexts: classrooms, hospitals, prisons. In one study, teachers were told that certain students had been identified as high achievers based on a series of intelligence tests. In reality, the students had been chosen at random, but the teachers, believing they were dealing with gifted students, began treating them differently, calling on them more often, giving them more attention, encouraging them more, and the students responded. They began performing better, scoring higher, behaving like the high achievers they were supposed to be. In hospitals, nurses who knew they were being observed were more diligent, more attentive, more likely to follow proper procedures. In prisons, guards who were told they were being monitored treated inmates with more respect, with less brutality, with more restraint. The Hawthorne effect was everywhere, reshaping behavior, bending reality, turning ordinary people into actors, performing for an unseen audience. But the darker side of the Hawthorne effect was yet to come. Marketers, advertisers, and corporate strategists began exploiting the phenomenon to manipulate consumer behavior. Surveillance cameras were installed in stores, not just to prevent theft, but to make shoppers feel watched, to make them feel self-conscious, to make them act as though every decision they made, every product they picked up, Every item they placed in their cart was being recorded and analyzed. Online, the effect was even more insidious. Websites tracked users, clicks, scrolls, searches, compiling data on every move they made, every link they clicked, every ad they hovered over. And just as the workers at the Hawthorne Works had pushed themselves harder under the gaze of the researchers, consumers online began altering their behavior, clicking on certain products, searching for certain items, making choices they might not have made if they believed no one was watching. Today, the Hawthorne effect stands as a chilling reminder of how easily human behavior can be manipulated, how quickly we can be made to change who we are, how effortlessly we can become puppets performing for an invisible audience. And it forces us to confront a haunting question: how often are we being watched without knowing it? How many of our choices, our actions, our decisions are being influenced by unseen eyes, by data collectors, by algorithms designed to predict and control our behavior? And if the mere act of being observed can alter who we are, how much of what we do is truly our own? And what happens when the cameras go dark, when the observers look away, when the audience stops watching? Do we return to who we really are, or have we forgotten ourselves? Lost in the act, trapped in a performance we never agreed to play. Imagine a rat in the rat park experiment, small barren cage. The walls are steel cold and unyielding. Only objects inside are a food dispenser and 2 water bottles, one filled with regular water and the other laced with heroin or cocaine. The rat has nothing to do, nowhere to go, no one to interact with. Alone and desperate, it begins to drink from the drug-laced bottle again and again until it can no longer stand, until it can no longer see straight, until it is completely addicted. This is how scientists studied addiction for decades. By isolating the subject, by creating a world devoid of joy, by stripping away everything but the drug. But what happens when you change the cage? This is the Rat Park experiment, a study that would reveal how addiction is not just a chemical hook, but a product of the environment, of loneliness, of despair. In the late 1970s, psychologist Bruce Alexander began to question the conventional understanding of addiction. Previous studies had shown that when rats were placed in isolated cages with nothing to do but take drugs, they quickly became addicts. But Alexander wondered, what if it wasn't the drug itself that caused the addiction? What if it was the cage? To test his theory, Alexander created a vastly different environment, a rat paradise. He called it Rat Park. It was a large, colorful enclosure filled with everything a rat could want: running wheels, tunnels, toys, food, and most importantly, other rats. They could mate, play, explore, socialize. They had freedom. They had connection. In Rat Park, Alexander placed 2 water bottles, one with regular water and one laced with morphine. Just like in the previous studies, the rats tried both, but the results were shocking. In Rat Park, the rats largely ignored the drugged water. They tasted it, but they preferred the plain water. They played, they mated, they ran on the wheels, they lived their little rat lives. They weren't interested in escaping reality because their reality was already fulfilling. Even more astonishing was what happened when Alexander took previously addicted rats, those that had been isolated in tiny cages and had become hooked on the drugged water and moved them to Rat Park. At first, they drank the morphine-laced water as they had before, but gradually, as they explored the new environment, as they formed connections with other rats, as they began to enjoy their surroundings, they started to drink less and less of the drugged water. Eventually, many of them stopped drinking it altogether. Alexander's findings were groundbreaking, but they were also deeply controversial. If addiction was not solely the result of chemical hooks, but was instead influenced by social environment and connection, what did that say about the way society treated addicts? What did it say about the prison system, about rehabilitation centers, about the war on drugs? Governments and pharmaceutical companies were not eager to accept Alexander's conclusions. They had built entire industries around the idea that addiction was a chemical problem, that it could be solved with pills, with therapies, with incarceration. The idea that addiction was a response to isolation, to loneliness, to a lack of connection that was inconvenient. It was easier to believe that the drug was the enemy, not the cage. Years later, Alexander's work would resurface in studies on human addiction. Researchers began to draw parallels between the isolated rats in the barren cages and the people locked away in prison cells, in ghettos, in abusive households, in lives devoid of meaning and connection. They began to question whether the solution to addiction was not just about removing the drug, but about changing the environment, about creating a rat park for people, a place where they could connect, find purpose, feel valued. But the implications of the rat park experiment went even deeper. If addiction was not just a chemical reaction, but a response to a lack of connection, then what did that say about society, about cities filled with lonely people staring at screens, about workers isolated in cubicles, about families fractured by distance, about children raised in empty houses, about adults numbing themselves with alcohol, with pills, with social media, with anything that would make them feel less alone. Today, the Rat Park experiment stands as a haunting reminder that addiction is not just about the drug, but about the cage, about the life we create for ourselves and for others, about the walls we build, about the connections we sever, about the love we withhold. And it forces us to confront a terrifying question. How many of us are still living in tiny, empty cages, surrounded by nothing but our own thoughts, our own fears, our own pain? How many of us are drinking from the drugged bottle, not because we want to, but because we have nothing else? And what would happen if we tore down those walls, if we created our own rat park, if we built a life filled with meaning, with connection, with purpose? Would we still crave the drug, the escape, the numbness, or would we finally realize that the answer was never in the bottle? It was in the cage all along. Imagine being a child. The Little Prisoner Experiment. 7 years old, sitting alone in a tiny dark room. The walls are bare. The floor is cold, and the only sound is the steady drip of a leaky pipe somewhere in the distance. You don't know how long you've been here. Hours, days, weeks. You've lost track of time. You don't know why you're here, why the people in white coats keep coming in, asking you questions, watching you writing things down. You don't know what you did wrong. You don't know if you'll ever be let out. This is the Little Prisoner Experiment, a study that would reveal just how quickly a child's mind can fracture under the weight of isolation, how easily innocence can be twisted into fear, how readily trust can be replaced with terror. In the 1950s, a group of psychologists at a prestigious university decided to study the effects of long-term isolation on children. Their goal was to understand how deprivation of social contact would affect cognitive development, emotional stability, and behavioral patterns. But the way they went about it was as cruel as it was calculated. They recruited a group of children from orphanages, kids who had already been stripped of family love and stability. They were told they would be participating in a special study designed to help children like them. They were led to believe that the researchers were their friends, that they were there to help. But as soon as the study began, the children were separated, each placed in a small, barren room, each left alone with nothing but a bed, a toilet, and a single unblinking light bulb. The first few hours were manageable. The children sang to themselves, played games in their heads, tried to remember the words to songs their mothers used to sing. But as the hours turned to days, the loneliness began to take its toll. Some of the children started talking to themselves, whispering in hushed tones, as if trying to hold on to the sound of their own voices. Others began to cry, soft at first, then louder, then screaming until their throats were raw, until their voices gave out, until the only sound left was the steady drip of that leaky pipe. The researchers observed everything from behind one-way mirrors, taking notes, recording every sob, every scream, every whispered word. They watched as the children's behavior changed, as the light in their eyes dimmed, as their shoulders slumped, as their heads hung lower with each passing day. One child, a 9-year-old named Danny, had been cheerful and talkative. When the experiment began, he had a smile that could light up a room, a laugh that echoed down the orphanage halls. But after 3 days in isolation, Danny stopped smiling. He stopped talking. He sat in the corner of his room, knees pulled up to his chest, rocking back and forth, staring at the wall as if trying to disappear into it. Another child, a girl named Susan, started hallucinating. She saw shadows moving across the walls, heard whispers that weren't there, felt hands touching her when she was alone. When the researchers finally let her out, she refused to speak to anyone, refused to look anyone in the eye. She just sat in a chair, knees drawn up, arms wrapped around herself, rocking back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. The researchers noted these changes with clinical detachment, writing things like subject exhibits signs of acute distress, subject displays symptoms consistent with separation anxiety, subject has ceased verbal communication. They called it data. The children called it torture. When the study finally ended, the children were returned to the orphanage, but they were not the same children who had entered the experiment. They were shells of who they had been, hollow-eyed, silent, afraid. Some refused to speak for weeks. Others had nightmares that left them screaming in the night, their fists pounding against the walls as if still trapped in those tiny, empty rooms. Years later, some of the children tried to talk about what had happened to them. They described the feeling of being watched, of being studied like lab rats, of losing themselves in the silence, of hearing voices that weren't there, of seeing shadows that shouldn't exist. They spoke of the fear that never left them, of the distrust that lingered, of the sense that they had been abandoned, forgotten, left to rot in those little rooms. The psychologists who conducted the experiment defended their actions, insisting that the data they had gathered was invaluable, that it had advanced the field of developmental psychology, that it had revealed the devastating effects of isolation on a child's mind, but they failed to acknowledge the damage they had done, the innocence they had stolen, the nightmares they had created. Today, the little prisoner experiment stands as a chilling reminder of how easily children can be exploited in the name of science, how quickly trust can be weaponized, how readily love can be stripped away and replaced with fear. Lord, and it forces us to confront a haunting question. How many of us are still living in little rooms of our own, still trapped in cages of isolation, still haunted by voices that aren't there, still staring at walls that never move? How many of us have been conditioned to believe that the world is a dark, lonely place, that no one is coming to save us, that the only thing we can do is sit in silence, knees drawn up, rocking back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, waiting for someone to finally open the door? Imagine being led into a room, the walls lined with mirrors, a single chair placed in the center, facing a screen. A researcher hands you the obedience to dehumanization experiment, clipboard, and a pen. You're going to watch a series of videos. He says your job is to evaluate the people in each video based on how deserving they are of punishment. You nod, feeling a chill run down your spine. The lights dim. The first video begins. You see a man, his eyes filled with fear, his hands bound behind his back, his voice trembling as he begs for mercy. Does he deserve to be punished? The researcher asks. This is the obedience to dehumanization. Study, a psychological experiment that would reveal how easily people can be convinced to strip others of their humanity, how quickly compassion can be replaced with cruelty, how readily empathy can be extinguished with a single command. In the early 1980s, a team of social psychologists set out to explore how authority figures could manipulate people into committing acts of dehumanization. Researchers recruited college students, promising them extra credit for participating in what they described as a study on moral decision-making, but the reality was far darker. The participants were placed in small, windowless rooms, each containing a screen, a chair, and a series of buttons labeled with various punishments. Everything from mild reprimands to severe physical punishment. They were told that they were part of a study designed to assess the effectiveness of different disciplinary techniques. What they weren't told was that the people they were about to judge were actors, each instructed to react as if they were genuinely being punished. The first few videos were simple enough. A man caught stealing a loaf of bread, a woman accused of lying to a co-worker, a teenager caught cheating on a test. The participants were asked to choose a punishment for each offense, ranging from a verbal reprimand to forced isolation. Most chose mild punishments, uneasy about the idea of inflicting harm on someone they couldn't see, someone whose suffering they couldn't verify. But as the study progressed, the scenarios became more extreme. The actors in the videos were portrayed as violent criminals, repeat offenders, dangerous outcasts. The researchers framed them as less than human, as threats to society, as people who deserved to be punished, who needed to be controlled, and the participants began to change. They started choosing harsher punishments, pressing buttons that triggered screams, moans, cries for help. The actors writhed in agony, their faces contorted with pain, their voices hoarse from screaming. "Please stop," they begged. "I can't take it anymore." But the researcher remained calm, emotionless, clipboard in hand. "Please continue," he said. "The study requires you to continue." And some of the participants hesitated, their fingers hovering over the buttons, their eyes darting nervously around the room. "Are they really being hurt?" one asked. "Are you sure this is okay?" But the researcher reassured them, reminding them that the people in the videos were criminals, that they were dangerous, that they deserved to be punished, and most of the participants obeyed. By the end of the study, nearly all of the participants had chosen the maximum punishment at least once, pressing the button that delivered the most intense level of pain. The button that elicited the loudest screams, the button that left the actors sobbing, shaking, begging for mercy. When the study ended, the researchers revealed the truth: that the people in the videos were actors, that the screams were pre-recorded, that the entire experiment had been a test of obedience, a test of how easily people could be manipulated into cruelty. Some of the participants were horrified by what they had done, their faces pale, their hands shaking, unable to believe how quickly they had been convinced to inflict suffering on another human being. "I didn't want to hurt them," and one said. I thought they deserved it." Others tried to justify their actions, insisting that they were just following orders, that the researcher had told them to do it, that they couldn't be held responsible for the suffering they had caused. "I was just doing my job," one said, eyes downcast, voice flat. "I was just following instructions." But the most chilling part of the study was how easily the participants had been convinced to dehumanize the people in the videos, how quickly they had gone from feeling empathy to feeling nothing, how readily they had accepted the researchers' framing of the actors as less than human, as criminals, as threats, as people whose suffering didn't matter. Today, the obedience to dehumanization study stands as a haunting reminder of how easily our sense of compassion can be eroded, how quickly we can be convinced to see others as less than human, how readily we can justify cruelty when an authority figure tells us it's justified, and it forces us to confront a chilling question. If a man in a white coat told you to press a button that would hurt someone if he told you that person deserved it, if he assured you that it was for the greater good, would you do it? Would you press the button? Would you listen to the screams? Would you tell yourself they deserved it, that it was necessary, that you were just following orders? And if you did, what kind of person would that make you? And would you ever be able to look at yourself in the mirror again, without hearing those screams, without seeing those faces, without feeling the weight of your own hand pressing down on that button again and again and again? Imagine being strapped into a metal chair. You're the electric cage experiment, wrists bound, your ankles locked in place. The room is dark, the air thick with the scent of sweat and fear. In front of you is a control panel, a series of buttons labeled with numbers, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 each, representing a different level of electric shock. You hear a voice crackling through a speaker. When the light turns red, press the button, the voice says. If you don't, you'll receive a shock. You swallow hard, eyes fixed on the panel, fingers trembling over the buttons. The light turns red. This is the electric cage experiment. a psychological study that would reveal how quickly a person can be conditioned to obey, how easily fear can become a leash, how swiftly the human mind can be broken by the simple threat of pain. In the 1960s, a group of behavioral psychologists became obsessed with the concept of learned helplessness, the idea that people, like animals, could be conditioned to accept suffering as inevitable, that they could be trained to believe that they had no control over their own pain. They decided to put their theory to the test. They recruited a group of college students, offering them a small stipend to participate in what was described as a decision-making study. But when the participants arrived, they were led into small, windowless rooms, each containing a single metal chair bolted to the floor. The participants were told to sit down and wait. The doors were locked behind them. After several minutes, the room filled with the sound of static. A voice echoed through a hidden speaker, cool and emotionless. "You are now part of a study on decision-making," the voice said. "Your task is simple. When the light turns red, press the button. If you do not, you will receive a shock. The level of shock will increase with each missed response." The first shock was mild, a brief jolt that felt like a static shock from a carpet. The second was stronger, a sharp sting that caused the participants to gasp, to flinch, to grip the arms of the chair. The third was worse, a burning sensation that shot up their spines, causing their muscles to spasm, their eyes to water each time the light turned red. The participants scrambled to press the button, their hands shaking, their breathing rapid, their minds racing. But as the shocks grew stronger, some of them began to falter. Their fingers missed the buttons. Their hands trembled too violently to respond in time. The shocks became more intense, more frequent, more unbearable. Soon, some of the participants stopped pressing the buttons altogether. They sat frozen in their chairs, eyes wide, faces blank, bodies tense, waiting for the shocks to come, bracing for the pain. They had given up. They had accepted the pain as inevitable. They had learned that nothing they did would change their fate. The researchers watched from behind one-way mirrors, taking notes, recording each participant's reaction, each flinch, each scream, each moment of surrender. They had proven their theory that people could be conditioned to accept suffering, to believe they had no control, to relinquish their sense of agency under the threat of pain. But the real horror came after the experiment ended. When the participants were finally released, some of them refused to leave. They remained seated in the metal chairs, staring at the control panels, their eyes blank, their hands gripping the arms of the chairs as if still bracing for the next shock. Others left the rooms, but continued to feel the phantom pain, the sensation of electricity coursing through their veins, the memory of the shocks burning beneath their skin. Some developed tics, muscle spasms, involuntary flinches that persisted long after the study was over. Years later, some of the participants spoke out about what they had experienced, describing how the electric cage had changed them, how it had stripped away their sense of control, how it had made them feel like prisoners in their own bodies. "I still feel the shock sometimes," and one said, rubbing his wrists as though trying to wipe away the memory of the metal restraints. "I still hear the voice. I still see the red light. I still feel that jolt, that burn, that moment when I realized that no matter what I did, the pain was coming, and there was nothing I could do to stop it. Today, the electric cage experiment stands as a haunting reminder of how easily the human mind can be conditioned, how quickly pain can become a leash, how swiftly a person can be convinced that they have no control over their own suffering, and it forces us to confront a chilling question. How many of us are still sitting in our own electric cages, waiting for the next shock, bracing for the next jolt, convinced that we have no power to change our fate? How many of us have been conditioned to believe that the pain is inevitable, that the suffering is deserved, that the red light will always come on, that the shock will always be there, that there is no way out, no way to escape, no way to resist? And if that's true, if the electric cage is inside our own minds, then how do we ever get free? How do we ever escape the pain when we can't even see the walls, when the red light is always on, when the shock is always coming, when the voice is always there, saying, "You have no control, you have no choice, you have no way out"? Imagine sitting in a room with two other, the social ostracism experiment, people, a rubber ball bouncing between you. You laugh, you smile, you feel included, part of the group. The ball comes to you, you throw it to the next person. They throw it back, but then without warning, the game changes. They stop passing the ball to you. They keep throwing it back and forth, as if you're not even there. You try to catch their eye, try to get their attention, try to remind them that you're still part of the game, but they don't look at you, they don't speak to you. It's as if you've become invisible. This is the social ostracism experiment, a psychological study that would reveal just how quickly a person can be made to feel like they don't exist, how easily inclusion can turn to isolation, how swiftly belonging can become a ghost. In the early 2000s, a team of social psychologists set out to study the effects of social exclusion. The setup was deceptively simple, a ball-tossing game involving 3 participants. The true subject of the study was always the third person, the one who didn't know that the other 2 were actors, instructed to exclude them without explanation. At first, the game proceeded normally. The ball was passed around in a predictable pattern, person to person, but after a few minutes, the actors began to ignore the real participant, tossing the ball only to each other, carrying on as though the third person was no longer there. The effects were immediate and profound. The excluded participants began to fidget, their eyes darting nervously between the 2 actors, their bodies leaning forward, desperate to reclaim their place in the game. Some tried to reinsert themselves by calling out, by waving, by reaching for the ball. Others withdrew, shoulders slumping, heads bowing, eyes falling to the floor. The feeling of being invisible, of being erased, of being unworthy of acknowledgement hit them harder than they had ever expected. But the experiment didn't end there. After the ball-tossing game, the participants were asked to complete a questionnaire designed to measure their emotional state. They were asked to rate how they felt about themselves, how much they felt like they belonged, how much they felt valued, how much they felt like they mattered. The results were chilling. Even after just a few minutes of being excluded, participants reported feeling profoundly lonely, rejected, worthless. They described feeling as though they no longer existed, as though they had been erased from reality, as though the other 2 people in the room had conspired to convince them that they were nothing. But the researchers weren't done. In a follow-up study, they took the social ostracism experiment to a new level, placing participants in a virtual game of catch called Cyberball. This time, the exclusion wasn't even real. It was a computer simulation. The participants were told that they were playing with two other people, but in reality, they were playing with a computer program that had been programmed to ignore them after the first few passes. Despite knowing that they weren't interacting with real people, the participants still experienced the same intense feelings of rejection, isolation, and worthlessness. The pain of being excluded was so powerful that it overrode logic, reason, and even the knowledge that the other players didn't exist. One participant, a 22-year-old named Hannah, described how the experiment had dredged up memories of childhood bullying, of being the last kid picked for sports teams, of being ignored by classmates in the lunchroom. It was like being 8 years old again, she said, eyes welling with tears, like I was invisible, like I didn't matter. Another participant, a 34-year-old man named Daniel, said the experiment reminded him of the months following his divorce, when his friends had stopped inviting him to gatherings, when his calls and texts went unanswered. I started to wonder if I was even real, he said. If people could just pretend I wasn't there, then maybe I wasn't there. But the most disturbing aspect of the social ostracism experiment wasn't just how quickly people could be made to feel invisible. It was how long those feelings lasted. Even after the game ended, even after the actors revealed that they had been instructed to exclude them, even after the researchers explained that the experiment was designed to study the effects of rejection, the participants couldn't shake the feeling of being unwanted, unloved, unseen. In follow-up interviews conducted weeks later, many participants reported persistent feelings of loneliness, anxiety, and depression. Some found themselves avoiding social situations, afraid of being ignored again. Others questioned their own worth, their own value, their own existence. If they could pretend I wasn't there, one participant said, maybe I wasn't really there to begin with. And the researchers tried to frame the study as a revelation of how deeply humans crave social connection, how quickly feelings of exclusion can erode self-esteem, but they failed to acknowledge the damage they had caused, the seeds of doubt and worthlessness they had planted in the minds of their subjects. Years later, some of the participants would reflect on how the experiment had affected them, how it had changed the way they saw themselves, how it had made them question their own visibility in the world. It's like I never came back from that room, one participant said, voice, hollow eyes staring blankly ahead. It's like I'm still there, still waiting for someone to throw the ball back to me. When today, the social ostracism experiment stands as a haunting reminder of how fragile our sense of belonging can be, how easily our self-worth can be shattered, how quickly a person can be made to feel like a ghost in their own life. And it forces us to confront a chilling question. How many of us are still playing a game of catch with people who refuse to throw the ball back? How many of us are still sitting in rooms full of people who look through us as though we're not there, who speak around us as though we don't exist, who act as though our presence, our very existence, is meaningless? And how many of us have started to believe it? How many of us have started to fade, to disappear, to become ghosts in our own lives, convinced that we don't matter, that we're invisible, that we're nothing. And if that's true, if we really are nothing, then what happens when we finally stop trying to catch the ball? What happens when we finally stop reaching out, stop speaking up, stop trying to be seen? Do we disappear completely? Or were we never really there to begin with? Imagine lying in a bed, eyes wide open, the ceiling, the sleep deprivation experiment, spinning above you. You haven't slept in over 48 hours. The room feels too bright, too loud, too cold. Your skin prickles with phantom sensations, invisible bugs crawling across your arms. Shadows in the corners start to move, twisting into faces, whispering your name. You blink, shake your head, try to clear your mind, but the whispers don't stop. This is the sleep deprivation study, a psychological experiment that would reveal just how quickly the human mind can unravel when deprived of the one thing it needs most. Sleep. In the 1960s, researchers set out to study the effects of extreme sleep deprivation on cognitive function, emotional stability, and overall mental health. They recruited a group of volunteers, all healthy, all young, all willing to endure days, even weeks, without sleep in the name of science. The setup was simple but brutal. Participants were placed in small, windowless rooms, each fitted with a single bed, a chair, a table, and a relentless series of blinding fluorescent lights that never dimmed. The researchers watched from behind one-way mirrors, taking notes, tracking every twitch, every yawn, every slip of the mind. The first 24 hours were relatively uneventful. Participants felt tired, but functional, yawning, stretching, rubbing their eyes. But by hour 36, the first signs of cognitive decline began to appear. Speech became slurred, thoughts became jumbled, simple tasks like buttoning a shirt or tying shoelaces became Herculean efforts. By hour 48, the hallucinations began. Shadows in the corners became spiders crawling up the walls. Voices in the distance became whispers calling out the participants' names. Some began to hear music that wasn't there, haunting dissonant melodies echoing through their minds. Others started to see faces in the ceiling, in the walls and the mirrors, faces that stared at them, eyes wide, mouths open, as if silently screaming. The researchers recorded everything, taking notes as the participants' minds unraveled in real time. Subject reports seeing insects crawling across the floor. One note read, "Subject appears to be conversing with an imaginary figure." Read another. By hour 72, the participants' bodies began to break down. Muscles twitched involuntarily, hands shook, knees buckled, eyes became bloodshot, ringed with dark bruising circles. Some participants couldn't keep their eyes open, but couldn't sleep either. Caught in a waking nightmare, trapped in a state of perpetual exhaustion. One participant, a 24-year-old man named Mark, began pacing the room, his eyes darting back and forth as if searching for something unseen. "They're watching me," he said, voice trembling. "They're in the walls. I can hear them breathing." He pressed his ear to the wall, his hands trembling, his jaw clenched. "They're coming for me." And another participant, a 19-year-old woman named Lisa, began to sob uncontrollably, her knees drawn up to her chest, rocking back and forth. "I can't close my eyes," she said, her voice barely a whisper. "If I close my eyes, they'll get me." And by hour 96, most participants had descended into full-blown psychosis. They spoke to people who weren't there, saw things that didn't exist, screamed at, invisible figures that only they could see. Some became aggressive, pounding their fists against the walls, demanding to be let out, convinced that the researchers were torturing them. The researchers observed everything, scribbling notes, capturing every moment of madness, every cry for help, every whispered conversation with imaginary phantoms. They justified it as science, as data, as evidence of what sleep deprivation could do to the human mind. But they ignored the obvious, that they were torturing people, that they were breaking minds for the sake of numbers and graphs, that they were creating trauma under the guise of research. When the study finally ended, the participants were allowed to sleep. Some slept for over 24 hours straight, waking up disoriented, confused, unable to distinguish dreams from reality. Others refused to sleep, afraid of what they might see behind their closed eyelids, afraid that the hallucinations would follow them into their dreams. Years later, some of the participants spoke out about the lingering effects of the study. They described recurring nightmares, hallucinations that persisted even in the waking world, feelings of paranoia that never fully went away. One participant, now in her 30s, described waking up in the middle of the night, drenched in sweat, convinced that the faces she had seen in the walls were still watching her, still waiting for her to close her eyes. Today, the sleep deprivation study stands as a haunting reminder of how easily the human mind can be fractured, how quickly reality can be distorted, how readily sanity can slip away when the one thing we need most is taken from us, and it forces us to confront a chilling question. How many of us are already living in a state of sleep deprivation, stumbling through life in a fog of exhaustion, eyes heavy, minds frayed, haunted by shadows that shouldn't be there? How many of us are just one sleepless night away from falling into that abyss, from losing our grip on reality, from seeing faces in the walls, from hearing whispers in the dark, from wondering if we're still dreaming or if we've already woken up in a nightmare? Imagine sitting in a chair, electrodes strapped to your temples, wires snaking down your arms. You're surrounded by the puppet master, experiment, screens each one, flashing images, faces, words, symbols, too fast for you to comprehend. A man in a white coat stands behind you, holding a clipboard, his eyes fixed on your face. You're going to perform a series of tasks, he says. You may feel like you're in control, but you're not. We are. This is the Puppet Master experiment, a study that would reveal how easily human behavior can be manipulated, how quickly free will can be overridden, how readily a person can be made to question whether they were ever in control at all. In the 1970s, a team of cognitive psychologists became obsessed with the idea of subliminal messaging and its potential to influence behavior. They believed that by bypassing the conscious mind and targeting the subconscious directly, they could implant suggestions, alter thoughts, even control actions without the subject's awareness. They decided to put their theory to the test. The researchers recruited a group of volunteers, all of them told that they would be participating in a study on decision-making and memory recall, but the reality was far darker. The participants were led into dark, windowless rooms, and seated in front of large computer screens. Electrodes were placed on their temples, their arms, their necks, ostensibly to monitor brain activity, but the real purpose of the electrodes was to deliver tiny electrical impulses, perfectly timed to coincide with the images flashing on the screens. The experiment began with a series of simple tasks, pressing buttons in response to visual cues, repeating words, following instructions. The researchers recorded the participants' reactions, their eye movements, their muscle twitches, every tiny detail. But then, without warning, the real test began. The screens began to flash faster, the images coming in rapid succession so quickly that the conscious mind couldn't keep up. Faces appeared, then vanished. Words flashed and disappeared. Symbols flickered, barely perceptible. The electrodes delivered tiny shocks, synchronized with certain images, certain words, certain phrases. The participants had no idea that they were being conditioned, that their brains were being reprogrammed, that their actions were being controlled. Then came the final phase. The screens went black. The room fell silent. The researchers stepped forward, clipboard in hand. "Now we want you to perform a series of tasks," he said. "You won't know why you're doing them, but that doesn't matter. Just follow the instructions." Well, one participant, a 23-year-old named Emily, was told to stand up, walk to the door, and turn the handle 3 times. She did so without hesitation, her eyes blank, her expression vacant. "Why did you do that?" the researcher asked. Emily frowned, her brow furrowing. I don't know," she said. "I just felt like I had to." While another participant, a 30-year-old man named Daniel, was told to walk in a circle, touch his nose, and sit back down. He did it without question, as if he were a puppet being pulled by invisible strings. "Why did you do that?" the researcher asked. Daniel blinked, confusion clouding his eyes. I just felt like it was the right thing to do," he said, like someone was telling me to. The researchers watched, taking notes, recording every action, every response, every moment of hesitation. They had proven their theory that human behavior could be manipulated, that actions could be controlled, that free will could be overridden by subliminal cues and electrical impulses. But the real horror came after the experiment ended. The participants were released, told that they were free to go. But days later, some of them began to report strange experiences, moments when they felt as though they were being controlled, as though someone was pulling the strings, as though they were no longer in control of their own minds. Emily woke up in the middle of the night to find herself standing in the kitchen, staring blankly at the refrigerator door, her hand frozen in midair. "I don't remember getting up," she said. "I don't remember walking downstairs. I don't remember anything." Daniel described feeling as though he were moving through life on autopilot, as though his actions weren't his own, as though he were watching himself from outside his body. "Sometimes I hear a voice in my head." He set his eyes wide, his hands shaking. "It's not my voice. It's not me." And the researchers dismissed these reports as residual effects, insisting that the participants were overreacting, that the experiment had ended, that they were imagining things. But the participants knew better. They knew that something had changed, that something had been planted in their minds, that they were no longer the same people who had walked into those rooms. Today, the Puppet Master experiment stands as a chilling reminder of how easily human behavior can be manipulated, how quickly free will can be overridden, how readily a person can be convinced that they are no longer in control of their own mind, and it forces us to confront a terrifying question. How many of our actions are truly our own? How often do we move through life like puppets following commands? We don't remember receiving, performing tasks. We don't remember agreeing to, reacting to cues. We don't even notice. And if our minds can be controlled so easily, so effortlessly, so completely, then who's really pulling the strings? And are we even aware that we're being controlled at all? Imagine standing in front of the broken mirror experiment mirror, staring at your own reflection. You recognize your face, your eyes, your mouth, but something feels off. The shape of your jaw seems wrong. Your eyes look sunken. Your skin seems paler, almost waxy. You blink, lean closer, tilt your head. The person staring back at you isn't quite you. You feel a knot of panic form in your stomach. What's happening to me? This is the broken mirror experiment, a psychological study that would reveal how easily a person's perceptions of their own identity can be shattered, how quickly the mind can be convinced that the face in the mirror is no longer theirs. In the late 1970s, a team of cognitive psychologists at a renowned university decided to explore how visual distortion could impact self-perception. They recruited a group of young, healthy volunteers and told them they would be participating in a study on visual cognition and facial recognition. What the participants didn't know was that they were about to become the subjects of an experiment designed to warp their very sense of self. The setup was deceptively simple. Each participant was led into a small, white-walled room containing a single mirror. The researcher handed them a clipboard and instructed them to carefully examine their reflection and write down everything they noticed. The goal, they were told, was to create a detailed description of their own face, down to the smallest detail. But as they were observing themselves, the real experiment began. Unbeknownst to the participants, the mirror was a two-way glass with a slight distortion effect. The glass was designed to subtly elongate certain facial features to make the eyes appear slightly smaller, the jaw slightly wider, the cheeks slightly sunken. The changes were almost imperceptible, just enough to create a feeling of unease, of dissonance, of something being not quite right. For the first few minutes, the participants wrote down their observations without much incident. Eyes looked tired. One participant noted. Hair looks messy, another wrote. But as the minutes passed, their notes became more frantic, more disjointed, more disturbing. My face looks different. One participant wrote, my jaw is wrong. Is it always like that? Another participant, a 22-year-old named Sarah, began to touch her cheeks, pressing her fingers into her skin, pinching herself as though trying to verify that she was real. I look sick, and she whispered, her breath fogging up the glass. Why do I look so wrong? The researchers watched from behind the mirror, taking notes, recording every twitch, every frown, every flicker of panic in the participants' eyes. They had successfully convinced the participants that their own faces were foreign, that their reflections were distorted, that they were somehow less than human, but the worst was yet to come. After 15 minutes of observing themselves, The participants were asked to step away from the mirror and complete a series of questions about their self-perception. How attractive do you feel right now? How confident do you feel right now? How much do you trust your own eyes right now? The results were devastating. Nearly all of the participants reported feeling less attractive, less confident, and less certain of their own identities than they had before the experiment. Some described feeling as though they were falling apart, as though their faces were melting, as though they were disappearing before their own eyes. But the most chilling part of the experiment was what happened after the participants left the room. Even after the distortion mirror was removed, even after they were assured that nothing about their faces had actually changed, many of them continued to feel as though they were wrong, as though the person in the mirror was still not them. Sarah, the 22-year-old who had pressed her fingers into her cheeks, couldn't shake the feeling that her face was no longer hers. "I feel like my skin doesn't fit," she said weeks later, "like I'm wearing a mask, but the mask is my own face." Another participant described avoiding mirrors altogether, unable to look at her own reflection without feeling a wave of nausea, a surge of panic, a deep, knowing sense of unreality. "I don't know who I am anymore," she said, her voice shaking. "I don't know if I ever did." The researchers published their findings claiming that they had proven how easily the human mind could be manipulated into questioning its own identity, how quickly self-perception could be shattered by a few subtle distortions, how readily reality could be twisted with nothing more than a piece of glass. But they failed to acknowledge the psychological damage they had caused, the trauma they had inflicted, the lasting scars they had left behind. They had turned faces into masks, mirrors into weapons, reality into a nightmare. Today, the broken mirror experiment stands as a haunting dare of how fragile our sense of self can be, how easily we can be convinced that we are not who we think we are, how quickly we can be made to believe that the face staring back at us is a stranger's, and it forces us to confront a terrifying question. How much of what we see in the mirror is real? How often do we look at ourselves and see someone we don't recognize, someone we don't understand, someone we don't trust? And if we can be made to question the reality of our own faces, our own skin, our own eyes, then what else can be manipulated? What else can be twisted, warped, distorted, until we're no longer sure of who we are, what we are, whether we're even real at all? And if the mirror is broken, if the reflection is a lie, if the face staring back at us isn't really ours, then who is it, and how do we get ourselves back? Imagine standing in a The Weight of Guilt experiment. Dark room, a spotlight blinding you, a man's voice echoing through a hidden speaker. "We know what you did," the voice says. "We know everything." You blink, your heart pounding, your hands shaking. "What did I do?" you ask, but the voice doesn't answer. Instead, the walls close, and the lights dim, and the air grows thick with the weight of something you can't see, something you can't escape. This is the Weight of Guilt experiment, a psychological study that would reveal how easily a person can be made to feel guilty for something they didn't do, how quickly the human mind can be convinced that it is to blame, how readily the burden of a lie can become a life sentence. In the 1960s, a group of behavioral psychologists set out to study the effects of false accusations on human psychology. They wanted to know how easily a person could be made to believe they had committed a crime, even when no crime had taken place. The participants were told they were taking part in a study on memory and recall, but the reality was far more sinister. The setup was simple, but devastating. Each participant was brought into a small empty room and told to sit at a metal table. The walls were bare. The only light, a single flickering bulb hanging from the ceiling. A man in a suit entered, holding a folder stuffed with papers. He sat down across from the participant, his eyes cold, his jaw set. "We know what you did," he said, sliding the folder across the table. "We know everything." The participant frowned, confused, staring down at the folder. Inside were pages and pages of notes, fabricated evidence, false statements, photos of people the participant had never seen. The man in the suit leaned forward, his eyes boring into the participant. "Tell us what you did," he said. "Tell us why you did it." As some participants laughed nervously, insisting that they had done nothing wrong. Others demanded to know what they were being accused of, but the man in the suit just repeated the same words over and over. "We know what you did. We know everything." The interrogation continued for hours, the man hammering the same questions over and over, his voice rising, his tone growing colder, more menacing. "Why did you do it? Who helped you? Where were you that night?" For some participants, the pressure was too much. Their minds began to unravel their sense of reality, slipping away as the man's voice droned on and on, a relentless assault on their sanity. Some began to doubt their own memories, wondering if they had done something terrible and simply forgotten. One participant, a 24-year-old named Lisa, started crying halfway through the interrogation. "I didn't do anything," she said, tears streaming down her face. "I swear I didn't do anything but..." The man in the suit just shook his head, a smug, knowing smile stretching across his lips. "You did," he said. "You just don't remember." Another participant, a 19-year-old named Alex, began to question his own sanity. "I don't remember doing anything," he said, his hands clutching the edge of the table. "But maybe I did. Maybe I just don't remember, maybe." And the researchers watched from behind a one-way mirror, scribbling notes, recording every tremor in the participants' voices, every twitch of their eyes, every bead of sweat rolling down their foreheads. They were proving their theory that guilt could be manufactured, that a person could be made to believe they were guilty of something they never did, that the weight of a false accusation could crush the mind just as effectively as the truth. But the real horror came after the experiment ended. The participants were told they were free to go, that it had all been a lie, that they had done nothing wrong, but for some, the damage was already done. Lisa, the 24-year-old who had sobbed through the interrogation, refused to leave the room. "I need to confess," she said, her eyes hollow, her voice flat. "I need to make things right, Alex." The 19-year-old who had started to doubt his own memory stopped attending classes, stopped returning phone calls, stopped leaving his apartment. "I keep thinking about it," he said later, voice shaking. "I keep hearing that voice telling me I did something terrible, and now I can't remember if it was real or not." Years later, some of the participants would still describe feeling as though they were being watched, as though the man in the suit was still out there, waiting to confront them, waiting to accuse them, waiting to make them confess to something they hadn't done. Today, the weight of guilt experiment stands as a haunting reminder of how fragile the human mind can be, how easily our sense of reality can be manipulated, how quickly our memories can be twisted and turned against us, and it forces us to confront a chilling question. How many of us are carrying guilt for things we never did? How many of us have been made to believe that we are to blame, that we are guilty, that we deserve to be punished for crimes we never committed? And if we can be convinced to feel guilty for something that never happened, then what else can we be convinced of? How many of our memories are real, and how many were planted by someone else, someone in a suit, someone holding a folder, someone who said, "We know what you did, we know everything." And if we're still carrying that guilt, that weight, that burden, then how do we ever put it down? How do we ever forgive ourselves for something we never did? Imagine being led into a room, the walls blindingly white, the floor smooth and cold beneath your feet. There's nothing. The empty room, experiment in the room. No windows, no furniture, no clocks, no sounds. Just 4 white walls and a single fluorescent light that never flickers, never dims, never goes out. "We need you to stay here for a while," a voice says, echoing through a hidden speaker. "Just stay still, stay quiet. We'll be watching." And then the door locks behind you, and you are alone. This is the empty room experiment, a psychological study that would reveal how quickly the mind can fracture in the absence of stimulation, how swiftly reality can crumble when there is nothing to hold on to, how readily a person can be driven to the edge of sanity by nothing at all. In the 1960s, a group of behavioral scientists became obsessed with the concept of sensory deprivation. The idea that stripping away all external stimuli could cause the mind to unravel, to create its own realities, to lose its grip on time, space, and self. They decided to put the theory to the test. The setup was as simple as it was horrifying. Each participant was placed in a room devoid of any sensory input. The walls were painted pure white, the floors white, the ceiling white. There were no windows, no furniture, no decorations, nothing but a single blinding fluorescent light that buzzed endlessly, never dimming, never changing. The participants were told that they would be in the room for a while, but they were given no indication of how long they would be there. The only instructions were to sit still, remain calm, and wait, and so they waited. The first few hours passed without incident. The participants paced the floor, rubbed their eyes, hummed songs to themselves, tried to keep their minds occupied, but as the hours stretched on, the silence began to take on a weight, a density, a texture. It pressed down on them like a suffocating blanket, swallowing every sound, every thought, every breath. By the 12th hour, some participants began to exhibit signs of severe psychological distress. One woman, a 32-year-old named Laura, started talking to herself, her voice echoing through the empty room, bouncing off the walls like a haunting lullaby. "It's too quiet," she whispered, rocking back and forth on the cold white floor. "It's too empty." As another participant, a 25-year-old man named Jer, began pacing in circles, his eyes darting around the room, searching for something, anything to hold on to. "There's nothing here," he muttered. his voice trembling, "Nothing but me." By the 24th hour, hallucinations began to set in. The walls seemed to close in. The ceiling seemed to stretch upward. The floor seemed to tilt beneath their feet. Some participants began to hear voices, whispers that slithered through the silence like snakes in the dark. "You're alone," the voices said. "No one is coming." One woman, a 28-year-old named Megan, claimed she saw shadows moving across the walls, dark, faceless figures that slipped in and out of her peripheral vision. "They're watching me," she said, pressing her back against the wall, her eyes wide, her breath coming in shallow gasps. "They're everywhere." And another participant, a 21-year-old named Kyle, began to lose track of time entirely. He couldn't remember how long he had been in the room, couldn't tell if it was day or night, couldn't remember what his own voice sounded like. "Am I still real?" he whispered, staring at his hands, turning them over and over as though seeing them for the first time. "Am I still here?" The researchers watched from behind one-way mirrors, taking notes, recording every twitch, every shiver, every whispered word. They had proven their theory that sensory deprivation could drive a person to the brink of madness, that a room devoid of stimuli could become a prison for the mind, that silence could become a weapon as sharp as any blade. But the true horror came after the experiment ended. When the participants were finally released, some of them refused to leave. They stood in the doorway, staring back at the empty room, their eyes hollow, their faces pale, their hands shaking. "I can still hear the voices," and Laura said, her eyes locked on the blank white walls. "They're still in there." And Jard refused to speak for days, his gaze fixed on a spot in the distance, as though staring through the walls, through the ceiling, through time itself. "There's nothing out here," he said finally, his voice flat, empty, dead. Nothing but more nothing. Megan developed severe agoraphobia, unable to leave her apartment, unable to be around other people, unable to look at blank walls without feeling like they were closing in, suffocating her, crushing her beneath the weight of all that empty space. Today, the empty room experiment stands as a chilling reminder of how fragile the human mind can be, how quickly reality can dissolve in the absence of stimuli, how easily a person can be driven to the edge of madness by nothing more than silence, stillness, and the absence of time. And it forces us to confront a haunting question: how many of us are already living in empty rooms of our own, making, staring at blank walls, listening to whispers that aren't there, wondering if we're still real, if we're still here, if we're still sane? How many of us have become prisoners of our own minds, locked in spaces that feel too empty, too quiet, too still? And if the walls begin to close in, if the whispers grow louder, if the shadows start to move, how do we know if it's real? How do we know if we're still here? How do we know if we ever were? Imagine sitting alone in the Unforgiven experiment, a small dark room. The walls are covered in photographs, faces of people you don't know, eyes staring straight at you, blank and unblinking. A man walks in carrying a clipboard. "We need you to write a letter," he says, sliding a piece of paper and a pen across the table. A letter of apology. You stare at the paper, your heart pounding, your palms sweating. Apology for what you ask, but the man doesn't answer. He just stands there waiting, watching a cruel smile twisting at the corners of his mouth. This is the Unforgiven Experiment, a psychological study that would reveal how easily a person can be made to believe they are guilty of something they never did, how quickly remorse can be manufactured, how readily a person can be convinced that forgiveness will never come. In the late 1980s, a group of researchers decided to study the psychological effects of false guilt and forced confession. They wanted to see how far a person could be pushed to apologize for an imaginary crime, how much pressure it would take to break them, how much shame could be inflicted before they would beg for forgiveness. The participants were told they were part of a study on emotional memory and conflict resolution. They were led into small, dimly lit rooms, each containing a table, a chair, and a series of photographs pinned to the walls. The photos were of strangers, men, women, children, all staring straight ahead, their faces blank, their eyes hollow. A researcher entered the room, clipboard in hand, eyes cold and empty. "These are the people you hurt," he said, gesturing to the photographs. "These are the people you wronged." The participants looked around, frowning, shaking their heads. "I don't know these people," one said. "I didn't hurt anyone." But the researcher just shook his head. "You did," he said. "You just don't remember." But they do. They remember everything. For hours, the participants were forced to sit in those rooms, staring at the photos, listening to recordings of sobbing voices. Voices that said things like, "Why did you do it? And how could you do this to me? And you ruined my life." Some of the participants shouted back at the voices, insisting that they had done nothing wrong. Others sat in silence, their hands shaking, their eyes darting around the room as though searching for a way out. One participant, a 24-year-old named David, started to cry after just 20 minutes. "I didn't do anything," he said, his hands clutching his hair, his knees bouncing up and down beneath the table. "I didn't do anything." Another participant, a 32-year-old woman named Julia, began to tremble, her teeth chattering as though she were freezing. "Please," she said, staring at the researcher, her eyes red and swollen. "Please just tell me what I did." But the researcher wouldn't tell her. He just kept pointing to the photographs, to the blank, empty faces, to the eyes that never blinked, to the mouths that never moved. "They know what you did," he said. "They know, and they will never forgive you." After several hours of this relentless psychological assault, the participants were given a pen and a piece of paper. "Write a letter of apology." The researcher said, "Write it to each and every person in these photographs. Tell them what you did. Tell them how sorry you are." David's hands shook as he wrote, the pen slipping from his fingers, ink smearing across the paper. "I'm sorry," he wrote over and over again. "I'm so sorry." Julia stared at the paper for a long time, her eyes unfocused, her breath coming in short, sharp gasps. "I don't know what to say," she whispered. "I don't know what I did." And the researcher just stood there watching, waiting, a cold smile curving his lips. "You know what you did," he said. "You just don't want to admit it." When the experiment finally ended, the participants were told that they were free to go, but many of them refused to leave, sitting at the table, staring at the photographs, the letters crumpled in their fists, tears streaming down their faces. "Please," David said, his voice breaking. "Please forgive me." Julia collapsed to the floor, her head in her hands, sobbing uncontrollably. What did I do? She kept repeating. What did I do? Years later, some of the participants would still speak about the experiment, describing how the sense of guilt had never really left them, how they still felt as though they had done something terrible, something unforgivable, something that they couldn't remember but couldn't forget. One participant described waking up in the middle of the night, drenched in sweat, convinced that the faces in the photographs were staring down at her from her bedroom walls. I hear them, she said, eyes wide, hands clenched into fists. I hear them saying, "Why did you do it? Why did you hurt us? Why won't you say you're sorry?" Today, the Unforgiven experiment stands as a haunting reminder of how easily guilt can be manufactured, how quickly a person can be made to believe they are guilty of sins they never committed, how readily shame can be used as a weapon, how effortlessly forgiveness can be withheld, and it forces us to confront a chilling question. How many of us are still sitting in small dark rooms surrounded by faces that never blink, never move, never speak, waiting for us to apologize, waiting for us to confess, waiting for us to admit to things we never did? How many of us have been made to feel guilty for crimes we didn't commit, for sins we didn't commit, for wrongs we never committed? And if we've been made to feel guilty for things we never did, then how do we ever find redemption? How do we ever make amends? How do we ever forgive ourselves for crimes that never happened? And if we can't, if forgiveness is never granted, then how do we ever escape the weight of that guilt? How do we ever lay it down and walk away? How do we ever set ourselves free?